Niece, what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know, why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop, my team pop.
Who really got the block, sippin' to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that poofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down, I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know, why you always tripping like you top, cause you not my team pop, my team pop.
no thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you, it bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But you bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to
chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Let's go. drip, drip. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your coach getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Darnish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give what you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your...
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
There's only 4 spots available at the playoffs, yet we still have 7 teams battling it out to make the cut. Hello and welcome to the final week of the Six Masters 2020 season. I'm Guz. Joining me for all of the action is Raven, and we should be in for an absolute treat once again.
I cannot state how excited I am for tonight and this week in general. Coming to fruition is the Six Masters season, and it's been so tight. I actually can't even think of the time we've had a competition in ANZ where it really has been this tight right up to the finish line.
Well, before we delve into all of tonight's action, make sure if you haven't already, follow at Rainbow Six ANZ on all of your favorite social media platforms. And of course, if you jump over to Twitter, you can participate in the polls. And I mean, good luck to you. If you can get them right, I'm sure you'll agree, Raven, but this season has been incredibly difficult to predict.
Yeah, I kind of feel like sometimes it's just so easy to overthink predictions in this season because so many of these teams have been putting in great performances against teams that they've previously struggled to beat. So yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Good luck if you're trying to do predictions in this.
And I mean, that's made for a really close mid-table. Let's have a look at the standings and see where everyone sits heading into tonight. Of course, keep in mind that the top 4 will make it to the playoffs. But as I mentioned earlier, there are currently 7 teams, Raven, that can make that cut.
Yeah, as you guys can see there, from 4th position down to 7th, there's only 6 points that separate them. That's 2 map wins. And a lot of these teams are really playing each other in these final few days of Six Masters. So there is just so much that can change with these standings. Wildcard are up there in first. They are the only team secure in the top 4. But they can lose first place, funnily enough, to potentially Sinister if they don't manage to put some map wins together. So there are changes everywhere possible.
One thing to note as well is that not all the teams have played the same amount of matches due to the reschedule, so keep that in mind as you take in the standings. But let's jump into today's schedule and see who will be playing. First up, it'll be last place Kanga taking on 7th place LFO, and then later in the evening we will have an absolute banger between Elevate and Akami.
That Elevate Akami game is high stakes, and I'm sure we are going to beat that to death as we get later on. But Kanga and LFO is also not a game to overlook. Kanga have the chance to really end it for LFO. If LFO aren't able to get a map win or even both map wins in that first series, that's their playoff chances really ended.
Well, tonight is their last opportunity to get a map win. They're yet to do so in this season. Let's have a look at that Kanga roster, and man, they've had a rough season.
Yes, unfortunate for Kanga, they have had a rough season. They went right into a rebuild at the start of Six Masters, and it never really came out glowing for them until recently. I mean, they have been putting in some great performances. Last week in particular, they had a really solid series against Ferox, losing a 7-8 overtime map. So they've come close, Guz, and they've had some shining lights through Leb, Campo, Noveix as well as a debutant for them. They've been putting in some better performances at least.
Well, they've had a bit of a reputation for getting draws so far this season against some really strong teams. It is, of course, LFO find themselves in 7th place heading into this evening, but they still just have a chance to make the playoffs. But every round from in on out really counts for them.
Yep, got to be perfect for LFO here on in. They've had some shaky performances. They started off Six Masters really well. They took maps of Elevate, Okami, Wildcard. Solid performers there. But recently against Knights and Sinister, they have had not quite the same performance. And this is where it needs to change them. It's their last opportunity.
Yeah, I think the thing for LFO, at least for me, is that they probably still, despite being in 7th, have probably exceeded the expectations of many, or at least myself. I'm sure many people are expecting this lower seeded team, of course, coming through the open quals, to really struggle. But they have had good performances. The consistency just needs to sort of rise to the occasion here if they want to be a chance at making the playoffs.
I agree, and they are 7th place, but coming in as that open qualifier team, coming in at last seed, there was very little expectations on LFO to make a dent. And here we are in the final week talking about them potentially making top 4 playoffs. So I think already, in my eyes, they've essentially won their 6th Masters. This is exceeding expectations of almost anybody that would have looked at this right at the start.
Well, of course, we have the map veto ready. It's a best of 2. Let's bring up the bans for each team and see where we will not be heading. Clubhouse taken out by Kanga. No massive surprises there. And then Border for LFO.
Clubhouse has been a shining light for LFO in 6 Masters. So that's a great ban from Kanga to just not allow them to choose that. And Border, I think, is probably more of a comfort ban from LFO. It's not something that Kanga have played at all, in fact, in 6 Masters. I imagine they just don't want to bother going there.
Well, interestingly enough, Cafe is still on the board. Let's roll through the picks and see if we will head there. Yes, I was right. There we go. So Kanga will be picking Coastline and then LFO following that up onto Cafe.
I think the Coastline pick from Kanga is great. They had that solid map against Ferox last week. That was the one that was 7-8. They were so close to getting that match. Every round, especially the second half of that whole map, was just insanely close. So I think they've got a taste of it on Coastline. There's every chance they could push forward with that. And then LFO and Cafe, they've had some great performances there. And Kanga have had some lackluster ones. So I think LFO playing into their strength and a Kanga weakness.
And I mean, yeah, Cafe is a map that we've seen, as you mentioned, both these teams play a lot of. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one sort of turns out. I mean, heading back to Coastline, though, as you mentioned, last week they took on Ferox. Kanga did. It was 7-8. They narrowly missed points there. So maybe they're trying to replicate that form and try to get their first win of the season because they've been so close.
Yeah, and there's always two sides to that coin as well. You can play to your strength, and if they can replicate the strengths they had on Coastline, maybe that will be enough to get them the win this time. But on the other hand, LFO now have such a fresh VOD on that map of how Kanga replicated that success or how they created that success against Ferox. So LFO now have a really solid tool to try and counter that.
And I mean, it's interesting that you bring that up because LFO, speaking to Enigma, it seems like they're a pretty regimented team. They like to go into their games feeling prepared. Speaking to him off stream as well, they've been doing sort of a lot of internal review and trying to get their team the best that it can be. So if you're right, if they've looked at that VOD, it being full distance as well, there's a lot to go off. So Kanga could be caught with their pants down if LFO read into them pretty well here.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for that with LFO. And again, we have to remind you, they need to be perfect tonight. They need to be getting these map wins under their belt so they can stay alive for playoffs. And it's up to Kanga. Kanga, while they're not really able to get out of last place or make it further in 6 Masters, they can stop somebody else from doing so. And this is their first opportunity against LFO.
And I think that's really dangerous. Kanga don't have really any pressure. The only perceived pressure they have is that they're yet to win a map, but that doesn't really count for anything because even if they do win, well, they're not going to move positions. So they could just come out of the gates here, play super confident, and LFO could be forced into their shell, which could negatively impact how they play out this series.
And that brings up a really good point about mindset. Going into this, all the pressure is on LFO. They need to be winning these maps in order to keep their playoff fight alive. Whereas, like you've said, Kanga they've got nothing to lose. They are just going to be playing for some fun, playing to win, and that can be a really dangerous mixture.
Well, let's bring up that poll vote and see what you guys at home think for this series. And wow, it's actually going to be quite close. LFO just edging out.
Just a little bit. And honestly, I feel like I thought there would have been a little bit more maybe in the draw. But yeah, I think this series is a tough one to call because of the stakes, because of the way the pressure adds up. And on top of that, the way Kanga played last week will make some people question if they are still in their slump or whether they're coming out on the other end of that.
And I guess, yeah, that's another really good point. We've talked time and time again throughout this season about Kanga being in a slump. I guess, when does it come to the point where that slump is just their form? Because outside of last week, their last play date, it hasn't really looked like it's been upwards. I think today is really going to be telling. If they can finish off the season strong, they might be able to carry that on to further tournaments. But if they fall back to their old habits, then that's really going to hurt them, I think, heading into the future.
And that's the tough thing when you are in that rebuild phase. Consistency is one of the things that comes much later. And when you've played a lot with your team, you've got good synergy, that's when you can really think about building consistency. So right now, that's where I think the spotlight on Kanga could be. Not that I think that really gives them any pressure, but for us, that's what we want to be seeing as fans, viewers, analysts, whatever you are. You want to start seeing that consistency come out of Kanga. Last week was a great step for them. Hopefully they can make another one.
And I guess talking about building up their squad and their consistency, Noveix only recently really has come onto the team. And I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I feel like he's had a really strong start. He's had a positive impact. He doesn't really seem like he's been thrown in the deep end at all and actually had quite a positive influence on that team. How do you sort of see that going forward? Because so far it's looking pretty solid for him and his team.
For sure, Noveix has had a great start to his berth with Kanga. Both weeks that he's played, I think he was relatively instrumental. And I know in that Coastline game, he had some really important picks. I remember Xenox, who was casting it a couple of times, he pointed out that Noveix was finding the opening pick for Kanga, and it was really giving them those initial look-ins on the rounds. And that meant that they were just in better positions in general to be winning rounds, whereas in previous weeks, we've been seeing so many flawless rounds going against them. Of course, they got 0-7 against Wildcard. So he really has been a total breath of fresh air for Kanga.
Well, it's time for the first map of the evening. Kanga taking on LFO. We're heading to Coastline. So keen to jump into this one. Kanga looking to get their very first map win. LFO needs to be faultless the rest of the season. Let's get into it.
Get right into it indeed. Again, high stakes here. LFO need to be perfect. Kanga have a chance to derail that. And derail that maybe. Capitao is a solid ban coming out. It is actually on the side of LFO, and it's something that Kanga have used a bit of. Of course, the asphyxiating bolts help with area denial and just cutting off rotates in general. So that's something that Kanga will not be able to lean on now.
Hibana will be taken off the board as well. We will occasionally see a hard breach ban here on Coastline. Hibana can shut down a couple of key angles, particularly when playing around the top floor, but she won't see any play, and Mira will be followed up there. A pretty common ban that we've come to expect.
Yes, just a intel denial, as well as I don't want to deal with clearing a mirror, so let's just ban it. And LFO, I've got to credit these bans. I mean, the Capitao was a good one, and the Goyo, we haven't seen much of Goyo banned. He can be troublesome to deal with, brings, of course, those extra shields, and on top of the fact that they are shields, the fire pit is area denial. So banning that out, I think, is just going to make attacking, at least for LFO, just that touch simpler.
Almost looked Kanga were going to stick a line there, and that would have been a real indication that things were going to get spicy in the first round, but Boats does jump back to Nomad, and nope, back to Lion. So, I mean, looking at this on face value, Kanga may well rush the first round here, and that could set a pretty interesting precedent for how this series could play out.
And they don't have anything to lose, so why not try a rush straight away? All reason to do so. I mean, it might not be the case, but we'll wait and see how they do actually utilize this line. They were utilizing it a little bit in previous weeks. I believe last week against Verox on Coastline, that line did come out, and they were using it to assist them with the roam clear and just help them, again, get better starts to their rounds. Because previously they were being flawless, they were really stalling out and struggling to make things happen.
Of course, if you are just joining us, LFO currently 7th in the standings. They basically need a flawless end 2 this season. They have this matchup against Kanga, and then later in the week they will be taking on Ferox. They basically need all 4 map wins to be a chance to make the top 4 for the Six Masters playoffs. Kanga, on the other hand, well, they're yet to win a map at all, so they're looking to try and get that under their belt as well, and maybe try and disrupt some of these teams' dreams at making those playoffs later in the season.
So far, no rush, as we potentially theorized on. They have made quick progress to the building at least, which is great, and we're seeing a lot of drones coming here through the west side office into Blue Bar. Great pre-fire from Spruce towards the kitchen door. Doesn't quite find anything. Right now, this is looking decent from Kanga. It's an aggressive push up to the building. I like their drone usage. And there could already be an early flush here onto this player playing in Sunrise, which is the Alibi.
Spruce aids by opening the softball, and Sogs will be disrupted and taken down by Leb. So a 3-man hunt of that roaming Alibi will prove successful. Good start here for Kanga. Decent map control as well. I'm expecting them to try and get some more work done above though, otherwise these members on site will still be feeling pretty comfortable.
This is a great start from Kanga because that was beautiful teamwork to pinch that Alibi in Sunrise. They used 3 players, lots of drones, great utility to be able to get rid of that roamer, and they've given themselves a lot of time. And Sogs is also a bit of an impact player on occasions for LFO. So I think this has just been a great sign of good teamwork from Kanga right out of the gate.
Of course, we are now past the halfway point, and Kanga will need to start getting something done on towards side. It doesn't look like they've gone for too much vertical. Spruce does look like he might be above, even on the roof, but I haven't heard that skeleton key go off. LFO pretty content in sitting on side, and that could prove dangerous as they try and filter in late round.
Kanga need to be careful here too, because there are some long angles from the luggage hallway in towards kitchen, and Novax might be walking right into that. I thought there was a player around there, not going to capitalize on it. He does get the entry onto the Legion, which means they have control of kitchen. Otis is progressing through. This C4 could end everything though. Doesn't make a frag. There are 2 Kanga players onto LFO's 1 on site now with 40 seconds to go. Plant is starting to go down.
Novax does get that pick and covers the planter. Heals and Agmo now left in a 2-on-4 post-plant scenario. Make that a 1-on-4. Spruce still sitting on the roof gets that pick, and this has been a great start here for Kanga. Surely Heals can't clutch this. He does get 1. The rest are surely just pad his stats. 30 seconds left on the fuse. It's basically done. Hills knows that he's not really a chance. Too many angles here to surely shut down, and there we go. Kanga will take the first round. A little bit sloppy in the execute, but they brought it back well.
I'm really feeling Guz LFO are under pressure right now. They looked flat-footed. I didn't feel like they were reacting a lot to what Kanga were doing. I mean, they just had their way with that Alibi and Sunrise, and then they had such good map control near the kitchen, and there was little reactiveness from LFO, and by the time Kanga entered in and got the plant down, I mean, it was way too late at that stage.
I mean, it'd be fair to say that LFO are one of the more aggressive teams or fluid teams, however you want to describe it. And yeah, that first round, as he said, might be telling that they're feeling pressure because they're not really playing the way that we would come to expect. And it wasn't necessarily the fact that Kanga had shut down a lot of those rotates early. They just didn't quite react in time and left it too late. They're going to reattempt that site though, so maybe bring something to the table this round.
Yeah, the 6th thing off the Alibi, so that didn't work out. It was Sogs there. He was the opening death. They've gone with the Valkyrie, so additional intel. You could argue that Prismas do serve as intel, but that's more, I guess you could call active intel, in that you would need to shoot those Prismas before you actually get it, whereas the Valkyrie cameras, you have access to that full time. So maybe they were caught off guard by Kanga, not sure about their entry points or something to that degree. That might be where that adaptation's come from.
10 seconds to insertion.
Kanga lineup looked pretty similar. I was quite surprised that Kanga got away with their lack of vertical presence that last round. They really didn't do a whole lot. Flushing out sight. They were able to just send it, and a lack of reactivity from LFO pretty much handed them that round win. So I'm not sure if Kanga on this occasion will be a bit more aggressive above. It does look like LFO will be holding that, so maybe Kanga will again just ignore it and head straight into the site.
And On the topic of Kanga's lineup, I just find the Lion pick very alluring to me. Just they're not using it for anything too cheesy, so to speak. Like they're not rushing, and they're not straight up just hunting and killing roamers with pure use of those Lion scans. They're actually just helping them in little areas here and there. And Boats is also just doing a great job with that gun. A bit of an LMG in its own right, and it can be really helpful. But those bullets are going to rain down onto Noveix, and his entry is not successful this time. So that's a better start for LFO.
More aggression here from LFO in the second round. Drops the diffuser inside of blue. Kanga should be able to collect it. Boats a little bit wary of that angle in towards kitchen, but it should be safe. Drone will confirm that.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Diffuser is recovered, and Kanga can now try and, I guess, recover the round if you would. Plenty of time left in the round, but they do feel stalled out after that first pick.
This has been an issue for Kanga, and it is an issue in general. You know, when you lose that entry, you do stall out a bit. You have to figure out what hole that now creates, how you can rotate to cover that, how you adapt. Maybe that operator is critical. In this instance, not necessarily the case. Ash doesn't really leave a critical utility hole. A little bit of soft breach, but there was Goyo banned, so there's less shields likely on site. The utility that does need to be cleared isn't really going to be affected by that.
Bit of a standoff as Mims gets his second. Spruce again holding the roof for any rotates, but he might be forced in towards site soon as Angmo also finds one for his team. And yeah, Kanga not looking great here in round 2. Not able to find those picks early round, and it's proving costly. Unless Spruce can maybe find heals and a couple of picks below. I don't think they're going to win the round. He does get aggressive, but he is left in a 1-on-5 essentially, and there we go. He will be taken off the board. LFO with a bit more of reactivity will take that second round.
No, they just didn't let Kanga do what Kanga were trying to do this time. Whereas last time they were just staying still. Kanga tunneled through. So great adaptation from LFO. They bring the score out to 1-1. Looks like we've got a pretty solid game on our hands so far, guys. It is only 2 rounds deep, but it's great to see that these teams are reading into each other and that LFO aren't staying under that pressure umbrella, at least at this stage.
It's looking like a good game, I agree. Of course, keep in mind, last time Kanga played this map, it was against Ferox in their most recent playday. It went all the way, and Kanga lost 7-8 in the end. Again, early days, but I mean, with the stakes as high as they are, I would not be surprised if this game went into overtime. That's really going to ramp up the pressure, particularly, of course, for LFO, who cannot afford to lose a map.
So they will have to keep it up, and of course it's not just this map. There is another map after this that LFO will be feeling that pressure on. It all just starts here, but it does not end on Coastline. Kanga up assisting with their lineup, out keeping that line, keeping the Ash of Noveix, who has been doing a great job with entries so far.
5 seconds remaining.
Using this as a flexible lineup. They're not trying to adapt to what they see in a real phase from LFO. It's just that this is what we're sticking with. This gets everything done.
I mean, that sort of is a reflection of their mindset as a team, looking internally and trying to improve and control what they can control and not worrying or over-worrying about what another team is doing. It's a trend that I think many teams are currently doing, looking internally as opposed to solely counter-stratting. Bit of a standoff here. In office, Noveix again on the entry with the G3. ACOG, of course, is aware that there is at least one above, so he won't be able to enter that just yet.
On the topic of counter-stratting, I mean, you do have to be careful with how much you place into counter-stratting, because you can plan for one thing and just be so sure that's what your opponent's going to do, and if they adapt to that, you have to have stuff to fall back on. So you can't just be the fox chasing the rabbit, because instead of getting the rabbit, you might just end up biting your own tail.
Oh, God. That was a good one, Raven. I'll give you that one. How many play days have you been sitting on that one for?
Exactly 0.
Nice. Well done. That was good. I definitely rate that.
Thank you.
Well, Kanga, they've gathered some nice control over towards Pent Theatre. Setting up some flank drones as well. Campo may well head the entry in luggage as he now rotate to 90, maybe trying to clear some utility. And I don't think he cleared the shield there. I think it might have been caught by an ADS, so potential misplay there from Campo. The shield is still up, so that could prove costly. Leb will get a pick though.
Yeah, great team take of Aquarium there. Nothing following it up from LFO, which is what we saw in that first round of Kitchen. They have found a trade elsewhere in Office, but that isn't quite sight, and that's still good map control or map positioning that Kanga can have in Aquarium, which is currently free right now. They do have to worry about Mims with the C4s below, but other than that, they now have access into Billiards, which is the bomb site.
I was going to say, no one from Kanga really pressuring this position, but Novaics will rotate late alongside Campo. Neither of them are able to get the kill, but oh, that's a wide pick from Mims. That will get him his double. This is dangerous now for Kanga. Man disadvantage, 30 seconds on the clock, and Mims could well find another. He does. That's a triple for the round, and now Lev and Boats are left to enter Aqua. They still could be C4'd, and they will be. Mims with the ace. What a massive round from him. Absolutely owning Office. That's a great third round there from LFO.
Vincier-esque of Sinister there. I saw him get an ace from a similar position in Aquarium at least, but great round from Mims. We've seen him step up for LFO in 6 Masters in previous weeks. Flashback to week 1 against Elevate. He had a banger of a week against them, which really allowed LFO to get that map win. So here he is again stepping up. That's what you love to see, and that means they've got the early lead now.
Kanga just really struggling to flush out that single player, unfortunately costing them in the end. The aggression from LFO definitely ramping up in his last 2 rounds, and I guess the scoreboard has been reflective of that success. It's really up to LFO to keep bringing that to the table, try and force Kanga into a bit of a shell, and I guess it's a shell that we have seen them fall into quite a bit this season. Fortunately for them, LFO will be looking to try and exploit that.
It does feel like Kanga can weather a little bit more of the storm in their current state. They did have that long haul map last week, and in fact they've had quite a few overtime maps in their 6 Masters campaign here. It's been 1, 2, 3 overtime maps so far in 6 Masters, which is quite a bit, to be honest. I believe that would be quite up there with probably the most out of most of the teams in 6 Masters. So they have had their fair share of opportunities to take maps, still not happened yet. Their last chance tonight.
Final setup being done here by LFO. Quite an aggressive offsite hold, only 2 members currently inside of the objective. Not too uncommon here on Blue Bar Sunrise. Definitely something that Kanga will need to deal with. Drones are heading out to try and locate where these roamers may be positioned. He was spotted at the bottom of white there, but he should have a great opportunity to rotate out. And he just falls back to security and wasting more time here for Kanga.
Back up there in security from Hills. Mims in the office yet again. Guess we might be playing at the home of Mims if he manages to go off yet again. See what happens in this round. But all of a sudden, actually, almost half the round has vanished before us, guys. Kanga have struggled a lot more to get map control. Spruce is finally pushing towards Hookah and open up that floor, which will put pressure into Sunrise.
Time management definitely been a weakness of Kanga on occasion. His last few rounds are proving that. Angmo gets the first pick, and again, Kanga will be on the back foot. Spruce desperately trying to find a pick below, but he just can't see anyone, and that site control could prove costly as Kanga try and enter.
Got to be careful here too. And disadvantage, time ticking away with less than a minute now. Still don't really have much control as they would like, and they haven't flushed out some pretty critical positions, such as this one hard right here in Sauna. Some shots coming out to Novaics. He's lucky not to have taken more damage there. Kanga just stacking up around here, and I feel they're just going to end up having to funnel through this doorway, and that could really be to their demise.
Novaics does have an Ash charge to try and get rid of this shield, and waiting for the call to do so. Maybe trying to clear the ADS before he attempts it. And oh, that will be one more kill again for LFO here. And Lev still trying to flash out this position. Does eventually get it. Is refragged, but it will leave it effectively in a 2-on-2. But no, Vegas is taken down, and now Spruce is left in a 1 versus 2, and he will be taken down. Mims is absolutely popping off at the moment, and LFO will take 3 in a row.
Oh boy, it is quite the Mims show so far in these last 2 rounds especially. I think there was a triple on that one for him, plus the ace in the previous round. So just in those 2 rounds, guys, that's, if you did the math, 8 kills. I don't know what he got in the first one, but he's stepping up so far. And if LFO do jump out to a solid lead, not too sure how Kanga will be able to come back.
Again, Kanga will bring the same lineup, so no real adaptation in that regard. In saying that, right on cue, Boats will actually switch onto Nomad, so there will be a change to this lineup. Kanga trying to cut off some of these rotates that LFO are clearly abusing,
Need to locate and
unpunished.
defuse bombs.
It feels like that first round was just a little bit of a warm-up, let the cobwebs be swept out, and now they're just controlling the map like it's theirs.
And that's the thing, right? We talked about them being flat-footed is the word that I used in that first round, and it's like they just snapped out of it. And sometimes in a high-stakes match or high pressure, it can be like that. In your first round, you go in, it can either go 2 ways. Usually you either crumble because you're really feeling it and you're super nervous and you're just hard at shaking that pressure, or some people thrive on that and they just go off in that first game. I really feel like for LFO, it was that former. They've shaken off that first round, they're back into playing their style of Siege, and now it's really back on Kanga to adapt to that and figure out what they need to do to swing it back into their favor.
Of course, LFO are defending the kitchen objective. It's the 3rd time we've seen them go here. Their last 2 attempts, they had a 50% success rate. I'll be looking to translate that form from the 2nd round over into this one. Really try and end off or conclude the rest of this half strongly and not give Kanga any look in when they play on the defense. I think typically it's fair to say that Coastline is somewhat attacker favored just due to the nature of the map. I mean, the stronger this half is from LFO, the chances of Kanga just continue to diminish, I think.
So far, I mean, it's only been a minute. Kanga have cleared out Sunrise. There was the Mozzie playing in there, which was Sogs yet again. And at least he didn't die this time, but they've still managed to get this map control nice and early. This is a good start for Kanga. They haven't really hard taken VIP just yet, and they will have to deal with hills if they wanted to do so. Angmo just playing very patiently over there in Luggage Hallway as well. That is not something that Kanga identify. That really could come back and hurt them in that middle round.
Novax with the diffuser enters below in towards Sunrise. A pretty similar attack to what we saw Kanga attempt last time. Just walk straight in through the door and try and get the plant down. Campo tries to use his lifeline to good effect. Novax, meanwhile, is actually rotated out, so maybe he'll go towards the window for a plant attempt. But again, Kanga just don't really seem to have a direction at the moment. This could be a gunfight. Boats and Sogs, it's a standoff. Oh, Boats almost gets taken out. Sogs still on 100 HP. That could have been a terrible start for Kanga.
Say start, but I mean, we're in the last minute here, guys, and that was the real first engagement. Boats, I don't know how he's still alive, to be honest. He's only on 1 shot. It's really looking like LFO again. Kanga have completely stalled out, have failed to find an opening pick, which means this is going to all go bang in about 10-15 seconds. Otherwise, they will not have time for a plant. Spruce misses some shots on the Mims. That could have been that critical kill. And still Sogs is causing havoc from lobby here, guys. This is looking pretty tough for Kanga.
Sogs does get refragged, and there we go. Classic Coastline frags left, right, and center. Novax will be picked up. Both these players are 1 shot, though. Surely this isn't winnable. Novax now left all alone. And there we go. He'll be taken down. And LFO, they're just running riot at the moment. Kanga really, really struggling.
They are, and I can't really pinpoint exactly what it is, whether there may be some communication issues. whether there's something else. I mean, they're not gaining as much map control as I think they need to be. That is one area for sure. For example, if they had better taken control of VIP and Penthouse earlier in the round, that would have put so much more pressure on LFO to get out of sight, and Kanga might have had more of an opening or even gotten some more picks to allow them to have more presence at the end of round.
It's time for the last round in the half. LFO looking to extend that lead 5-1. Kanga trying to crawl back. A map that started off well for them, but these last 4 rounds have really gone by in a flash, and Kanga haven't really had a look in on any of them. Something really needs to change here on this final attack if they want to give themselves a good chance to bring it back, but there's been a real lack of innovation. Again, their picks will reflect that. They just don't seem to be... Can't really put into words, but just... Kanga just don't seem to be thinking... I don't know, that's a really lazy way of thinking about it. They're obviously thinking, but maybe they're just not able to translate that to what they want to try and execute here, because it just hasn't come into fruition. And LFO, they're just running around everywhere doing what they want.
Sometimes it's tough, and Kanga have definitely been a team that struggled this season with a lot of things. Adaptation is one. I'm sure communication is another, because they have got that refreshed lineup, if you want to call it that. So some things will falter. I do want to gas up Mims here. He's on 11-1. I just did peek at the scoreboard. He's 11-1 so far, and that's after 5 rounds. So he is having a stellar game for LFO. It's not that the rest of his team is not, but I just think Kanga need to find Mims and just avoid him.
Kill Mims, win round? Stonks?
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, he's really been the catalyst for this aggression from LFO. Talk about aggression. Nasty gets punished there by Campo. So Kanga will finally get that opening pick early here in round number 6. It's going to be up to them to try and translate this towards some quick map control and get something working in on towards site.
Bomb located by attackers.
So it's looking like they're shaping up for an Aqua take.
Definitely looks to be the case. Bruce has taken Aqua by himself there, and with still a lot of the round to go. This is good positioning. He's going to get aggressive, guys. He's pushing deep. He's not even checking some of these angles. Finds one in Vase, misses some shots though, so they are aware he's there, as Boats has found one of LFO's teammates elsewhere. So Kanga are looking good now in this round. All of a sudden, 5 versus 1, guys.
Well, it might not be over yet. Mims is ace 1 round. Now needs to find his second. Spruce will finally attempt the plan, as Mims is, yeah, feeling the heat a little bit here. It's probably not really a chance, to be honest. Kanga now will set up for the post plant. 40 seconds left on that fuse. Mims makes his way up and gets air jabbed once. There could be more waiting for him. Head checking a lot of these angles and trying to find a couple more picks for his KD. That diffuser is well and truly in the open, and Kanga will be sitting way back holding that. And yeah, Mims, you're probably not going to win this round, mate. Try and find a pick. Nope. Oh, he's still looking dangerous. They can't kill him. Kanga really struggling here, and Mims will actually get a pick. The refrag was a little bit slow there as well, but eventually Kanga will secure the round. And yeah, how did Spruce get into sight? That is what I would like to know.
I agree. They've really just let him slip through. Nobody was playing drinks but in billiards either, so he just got all the way through to that double door, made a lot of impact at Vase, and on top of that, you have to think about, once LFO realized, that's going to cause some panic. They're going to be like, whoa, what the hell? Spruce is already here. And then in that panic, Kanga can capitalize, and that they did. They made it to a 5 versus 1. Mims quite closely took that pressure, but he couldn't make enough effect to bring it back for LFO. 4-2 half for them in the end, which is pretty decent for a defense on Coastline.
Defenders, protect your
I mean,
bombs from being
reflecting back on
defused by
that
attackers.
very first round, it really felt like LFO were under the pump, but they did bring it back quite convincingly there and set themselves up nicely for the second half. Even that most recent round really felt like a little bit of luck to the side of Kanga. I can't think of too many rounds where you can just walk straight through Aqua, straight into sight. I mean, great for them. I mean, they capitalized on a pretty big error by LFO, but It's going to be interesting to see what sort of adaptations Kanga are bringing into this second half, because that first half definitely felt like they were lacking in that department.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Slate is clean essentially because they are now on defense, so it's a completely different style of game, so to speak, in these two different halves, and it's going to come down also to what LFO throw at them with these attacks. They are all spawned on a singular side here, and wondered whether maybe we might have seen a first round rush from LFO, but no, not the case.
Campo finding himself under quite a bit of pressure. It's a position that LFO themselves were holding when they were defending this side, and Kanga took a long time to flush it out. LFO, though, are making it their priority early round to try and clear that. A lot of utility is covering that setup. Flashbangs are being utilized to try and burn that off. That EMP as well being used, and grenade will be cooked. Campo could be taken out here if he isn't careful, and he is. Campo doesn't hear the frag cooked and will be taken down. That's a misplay by him. LFO will get the opening pick.
Yeah, you gotta move, bro. Like, I'm not sure why he was sitting there and just eating the util burn. Not expecting a grenade. That's really unfortunate and bad. Reading there from Kanga. Spruce has been taken out elsewhere, which means LFO have a solid man advantage in this first round of their attacks. Looking pretty promising. Still a minute 30 to go means with this map control and man advantage, it's looking pretty grim for Kanga.
Still half the round to go here for the attack. Mims with the diffuser is droning ahead, trying to gain some intel for the rest of his team. He's actually currently playing above, and also running the AR-33, which is quite peculiar. Definitely some personal preference there. Does appear as if Kanga have vacated the site, but they're ready for a retake. Leb, though, in the meantime, is taken down, and surely LFO can just send it in and refrag it for the rest of the round.
I don't think the rest of LFO need to do anything. Mims is just on it, man, and he doesn't actually get that final kill. I was about to say he did, but no, he doesn't. But LFO do get the rounds, and even still, Mims is on fire right now. I didn't quite see where his score ended up, but it's something crazy. And LFO are looking like they are going to run away with this. That was a really good attack for their first one, and they're only 2 rounds away from taking the map.
Of course, keep in mind that this is the Kanga's map pick. Some would argue that this is their best opportunity to win their first map of the season, and potentially their only map of the season, but hasn't really gone that way so far. LFO just dominating them here for the most part. And LFO, of course, not taking any chances. They need to basically win every single map from here on out. Give themselves even a sniff at making the top 4 for the playoffs. So they will not be lifting off the gas anytime soon here. They just want to close this out with confidence.
Kanga are going to have to pull some tricks out to get themselves back into this. 3-round deficit is nothing to sneeze at. Of course, if LFO just get this next round, this current round, well then Kanga have to force overtime to save the map. The other side, or the flip side, to what we've talked about with pressure and not much being on Kanga, sometimes in this instance when you're down 2-5, you don't maybe have that extra motivation to bring it back. Not to say they're not going to try, but without that pressure on you, sometimes you can just relax too much, if you know what I mean.
Maybe it depends on how badly Kanga want to knock LFO out of playoff contention. Get some revenge for placing last this season and being outdone by that bottom-seeded team who is LFO. Not all hope is lost there. If Kanga can maybe get around here and try and gain some momentum, there'll be a chance, but it hasn't really looked on any occasion like they actually are a genuine there is a genuine opportunity for them to take it. LFO taking their time a little bit more this round. Mims on cue though will get aggressive, droning ahead inside of Pent. There are players in theater. If Mims can pick them off, then that'll open the round up big here for LFO.
As some good progress, and something that we were critical about of Kanga was their lack of vertical control in through
What
VIP. And
the-
oh, Mims, what was that shot? He cannot be stopped right now. Kanga just need to be careful. It is a 3 versus 3 though. There was some great trades elsewhere. Does put some pressure back onto LFO. And what I was saying is that Kanga weren't taking that vertical control, which LFO have seemingly got, while there is still no Vakes in theater though. I'm not 100% sure that LFO are actually aware of that.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Hills collects the diffuser. Yeah, I don't think he was really too concerned about a player inside a theater, so no Vakes. Could be on for a play here. Really depends on where LFO try and set up for the plant. Hills still above. He needs to be mindful he doesn't get taken out. Mims has already vacated the top floor, so Novakes is basically left all alone in a very powerful position for the late round here.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's the benefit of being time efficient. LFO have still quite a bit of time in the pocket to drone things out, find out where these final Kanga players are, and see what they can make work if they want to get a plant down. Worth noting, the only 2 rounds that Kanga did win on the attack were the 2 rounds they got a plant down.
Attackers have
That says a lot about stats. As Mims goes into kitchen, he's going to get gassed out though.
attackers bomb diffuser.
That means
has
time
been
is really
dropped.
against them and
Attackers
positioning.
recovered the bomb diffuser.
Campo low. The Slugs will send it in for the plant. Now it's Mims to cover. He's been on fire this map, but how many can he find? It's only the 1, and Sogs will need to go for the refrag. He does find it. The player's behind him though, does he? No. Novakes on that flank is all the way over towards the blue bar door, and now Sogs
5 seconds
will
to
be
go.
forced to stick the plan. He fakes it once to try and bait Novakes. It works. Is it enough though? Novakes, surely he can hold on, and he does. Kanga will take the round. Novakes on one of the longest and slowest flanks I think I've ever seen on Coastline will manage to clutch the round.
Sometimes, guys, if it works, it works. And look, it managed to work just then. And Kanga just need any round possible in any way possible at this stage. Good effort from LFO, though. I mean, they had good site control. I have to feel if Mims didn't get downed in that kitchen position, it really would have gone the other way. But regardless, it was a really great contest. Kanga are going to move on to Blue Bar Sunrise. We did see them lose that in pretty poor fashion in the first round of this half.
I really thought Mims was going to be able to cover
Attackers
that.
need to locate and
Kanga
defuse the bombs when they can.
brought the aggression to them. That double pick meant that you couldn't shoot 2 at once. So it was well
Attackers
played by
discovered
Kanga.
the location of a bomb.
It has felt like LFO has been bullying Kanga quite a bit on this map, so Kanga can try and counter that, and that's probably well advised. As you mentioned though, last time Kanga attempted this site, they were pretty much decimated and quite early in the round as well. It's up to them to
10
try and
seconds to
hold
go.
on a little bit longer here. They've made a slight change. This position where Novakes is over towards Sunrise won't be vacated, or will be vacated. Campo
Attackers'
not playing that
objective is
position.
to defuse a bomb.
So it does look like Kanga are making a more conscious effort to try and... No, Campo's playing that position. Okay, well, we'll see how long he can hold him. I thought he wasn't going to play it, but he is.
I don't think he's.
Maybe,
I'm
or is he
sure
baiting
he's
it?
Not. Yeah, I think he's baiting
Well, there's
it.
no utility
surely-
covering it, so...
Attackers drop
Yeah,
the diffuser.
there's no way because it's just too easy to be flushed out and also cut off. LFO have read that perfectly. I mean, the window that Mims just shot down. If you're trying to flush somebody out of that corner, all you need to do is sit on that window. And as long as you're covering your teammate from blue bar window or the office run out, that player is trapped. So I think that's smart from Campo not to play it. He's going to play around the bar, which is probably the more traditional area to play as a smoke in this bomb site. LFO making light work of that shield though. They cleared that out straight away. So it's not something that Campo will be able to use
Attackers
later
have
in the
recovered
round.
their diffuser.
Campo playing behind the bar, which will provide some pretty good cover, provided that he isn't taken out from above. He'll have to be mindful of Angmo, probably his #1 target. Playing that sledge above. Mims even could go for it, but he finds a pick. Mims is absolutely popping off at the moment, Raven. 17 and 4. If this man is alive, it's an LFO round win, surely.
Tell you what, something that gets me hot under the collar is a Thatcher that frags, and Mims is fulfilling that with the AR-33 as well, which personally I also love. So this is great. LFO at the moment are just riding on this Mims wave of form, and I am getting pretty fearful for Kanga. Spruce does have something else to say about that, making it a 4 versus 4, but with still over a minute to go, LFO have opportunities to get this round.
Mims again will be someone to watch this round because he has the diffuser in his pocket. Potentially preparing for a B plant. Campo could deny. Mims might be aware of that position, sending out a ping. There is a drone there. Does also see a player, I think, at the blue bar rotate. That's a C4! That was a smoke rather, sorry, and will miss the mark. Mims will push in and will find the kill. That player at the blue bar rotate not holding that entry, and now Mims has site control. Lebino Vegas has something to say about that though, finding a pick each, and now it is left in a 3-on-2 in favor of Kanga, but Mims will find a triple. Surely this man will be shut down. Gonna have to go for the plant sooner or later, and it looks like now will be the time. Nasty in a position to hold the push from Kanga. Both players have taken damage, neither of them able to deny the plant. Surely they can win this round, but Nasty's taken down. Mims though has a response. That's 4 this round. 1 more for the ace, 1 more for the round win. Leb, his 1 shot. Surely Mims can win this with the ACOG. He swings wide and he hits the shot. Mims with his 2nd ace here on Coastline. The man, it cannot be stopped. And LFO are just bullying Kanga at the moment.
Oh boy, Mims is just having an absolute fire match, and quite rightly, guys, he is on track for what I would say is going to be the highest frag count on a single map by a player. And I just don't know whether he's going to have enough rounds to do so, because they're just streamlining in towards this win. They're only 1 round away.
Oh, let's just watch his back. Oh, Mims. You did it to him. That was absolutely disgusting. Wow. Look, I just hope that I don't start playing ranked now when we just see like Thatcher entries get picked off first every round because they've seen Mims do it. But I mean, Mims is yeah, he's gifted. I don't think I've seen an entry Thatcher as efficient as I have tonight. He's absolutely popping off. Kanga just literally unable to shut him down. It's already 2 aces. I wonder what the highest ace count is in a map. Have we seen someone get 2 aces yet? I don't think we have. I'm not sure.
I mean, definitely not in. I don't think in 6 Masters we have.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's happened before, but
yeah.
Yeah. It's been a great performance from him, and LFO in general. I mean, he is the one getting all the frags, but LFO have been playing pretty well as a team. And of course, he's not just getting the frags straight up by himself. That being said, I did see him self-drone to get that opening pick last round. But he has had other people droning around for him, and he's been droning quite a lot himself. So it has been an all-round good effort. Kanga need to dig deep. 3 rounds behind here, and again, now that they are 3-6 down, they have to get 3 perfect rounds to force overtime.
I'm so scared for Leb here. 1-on-1 with Mims early in the round. It's like Mims is trying to hunt down his prey at the moment, and he's just going to drone him again. Mims has done so much droning this map, despite getting so many kills. It's been quite phenomenal to watch. Leb will try and contest it again, falls off. This is such a great battle, but in the meantime, LFO will find 2. They could well take the map this round. It is, of course, match point. LFO looking to try and convert Coastline.
This is again the teamwork from LFO. They were allowing Mims to put that early pressure, but they surrounded the positions in Sunrises to enable them to clear that out. So beautiful stuff there. 2-man advantage right now with lots of time on the board. Going to be a tough fight back here from Kanga. Site is, of course, Hookah and Billiards, though. Haven't made a whole lot of progression towards. They became some map control underneath here. Haven't quite identified exactly where the plant's going to come. Most predominantly is over on the aquarium side, though.
More shots raining out. LFO taking their time trying to find an opening. That's an air jab used to cut off the white stairs rotate. That defender will now be forced to go 90. That's Spruce on the Ella. Campo Novax holding sight. The question is for how long? Just over a minute to go. LFO starting to creep in towards the objective now.
taking their time and making sure that they aren't throwing too much away. And this is great. Practice with patience. I mean, against better teams, you need to be careful not to over-aggress in these situations when you have the man advantage. Spruce just seeing the tip of the head of the player on the window, not getting the shot. But coming into these final 30 seconds, LFO look poised to be able to get this plant down.
Nasty attempts to plant once, falls off and baits the C4. That rotate being held by Sogs. As Nasty will need to try and reattempt that. LFO look a little bit stalled out, but they are really just trying to prepare for an explosive execute here. They have the manpower. The question is, when do they go for it? But Sogs will be taken down, Agmo as well, and it's a 3-on-3. That wide swing will be shut down. The plant does go down. Oh, that's a nice bullet hole, and Mims will get a double. Surely he won't get the final kill here. Spruce needs to find 3 in the post plant to keep his team's chances alive here on Coastline, but LFO surely will shut this one down. Spruce finds himself in the gunfight onto heels and will win it. The refrag not quite there on point, but the time is depleting. Spruce on a single shot's worth of HP will be taken down. And of course, who else but Mims to finish the job? LFO, a dominant Coastline, will take the first map tonight.
That was nothing short of what feels like Mims versus Kanga, and coming out on top is Mims. Oh my lord, that was just an insane performance from him. And I mean, you gotta say, it's like a solid performance, but his team was there to back him up. 24-4 in the end, guys.
Wow. That is absolutely ridiculous. That averages out to 2.4 kills a round. That's some quick math, which is absolutely insane. And on top of that, he's playing Thatcher. Thatcher's an operator that you would expect, oh yeah, if he doesn't get too many kills, you know, he's doing his job, right? He's taking out utility. Mims, he was taking out utility, he was droning, and he was clicking heads. Absolutely insane. And LFO just bullied Kanga into the ground at the end.
They really did. Kanga had moments and glimpses of looking like they might be able to pull something out of the bag, but they just were never able to shut down Mims. LFO in general, I mean, a lot of that previous round, what set up the plant was some fantastic teamwork from LFO. So of course, we're going to talk a lot about Mims, but let's not take away too much from his teammates and the way that they played. And that was Kanga's map pick as well. So I think LFO are really looking good here to take both maps tonight, which is what they need to stay in that playoffs chase.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a feels bad for Kanga. It was really the one opportunity they had, or the biggest opportunity they had, to try and get one map win this entire season, and now they're left to LFO's map pick. And based off that performance, if Mims stays red hot and the rest of his team back him up, they're going to be unstoppable, surely.
I mean, the momentum that would have been coming out of that game, you can only imagine what they were saying in comms, and the vibe of them in general right now. That's really going to pump them up coming into this next map, so I do fear for Kanga.
Well, that's map 1 done. Coastline going in favor, 7-3 to LFO. We'll see you on the other side of the break for map number 2.
Seconds left. Attackers are active. Defenders have located the
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get.
G'day folks and welcome back from the break. We're here for Mims to take on Kanga. Raven, what did we just see? Coastline was insane.
It was insane. An outstanding performance from Mims, by far the best individual performance we've seen from anybody in Six Masters so far. A double ace, 24 and 4, I believe it was. And I mean, on top of that, he got to that level in only 10 rounds, which is a lot quicker than the previous, which was Ethan getting 23 kills over, it was like a full regulation match.
And I mean, on top of that, he was also playing Thatcher, which is just mind-blowing. With the AR-33 as well, probably one of the most unorthodox playstyles you could come to imagine, particularly in the competitive scene. He owned it. Kanga just got decimated. They could not win a gunfight. I think the only gunfight I can really remember them winning that we saw was when they had 2 people peeking him, and he still killed one of them. That's how insane Mims was then. He was literally just T-hunting. Like, he was just running around and clicking heads.
Yeah, he had just a stellar performance, and I'm keen to see whether he can back it up on map 2, whether he keeps that momentum rolling, whether LFO keep that momentum rolling, because let's bring it back to the stakes here. They need to win both of these maps tonight to ensure that they still get that opportunity for playoffs.
Well, let's have a quick recap of the poll vote and see how many of you folks at home have already been knocked out, and it will be 35%. Sorry to the Kanga fans, but I mean, yeah, that LFO win is looking more and more alluring, I think. But with that said, let's go back to the stakes. Kanga still haven't won a single map in this entire season. So this is their last opportunity. I'm sure they'll be throwing everything they have to try and get one map win and salvage something from what's been a pretty disastrous season.
Yeah, they really are going to be chasing their only W now. This is their final opportunity, and it is Cafe, right? And it's LFO's map pick, but Kanga have had some good performances on this map against a team like Okami, for example.
It's Cafe. Let's jump straight into the action. It's Kanga's final opportunity to win a map in Six Masters 2020. LFO must be flawless. This one should be another banger.
It should be, and I just want to see some Kanga Siege that looks clean and gets them the win, to be honest, because I just want them to not go through a whole season without that win. Thatcher banned by LFO, in fact, so they're weakening their own teammate by getting rid of Thatcher, basically. See what Mims decides to play instead.
They're handicapping themselves. They went, hey, you know, Mims is a little bit too good in that last map. We don't want Kanga, you know, being absolutely stomped. Give them a small chance. I mean, Thatcher pretty traditional Habana as well, so nothing too crazy popping out just yet.
Red bans for Cafe. Of course, the Habana ban in particular is a good hard breacher ban because it requires you to now get up close and personal with those walls. The best example is that backstore wall that everyone tries to open on the bar cocktail attack. You now have to either Maverick or Thermite that, which means you will be placing your charge or blowtorching right up against it. It's highly counterable and it's a little bit more risky, requires good map control. So I really like the Habana ban here from Kanga.
Mira and Valkyrie will round out the defensive bans. Try and minimize some of the intel that can be gathered. Quite excited to jump into this one. Kanga probably not really feeling too much pressure. Yes, it would be nice to win a map, but it's not going to change their standing. They will unfortunately finish last here in Six Masters regardless of this result. But they definitely will want to spoil the party, I think. As
yes, they will.
And our beautiful faces. Hello. We are
just
back.
because you guys, were craving it.
Yeah, we went on screen long enough before, so we're back.
Look, I think while Kanga don't have any pressure and they can't change their standings, no matter what, they're a competitive team. They want to get this win, not just because it's a win. It could be their only win in Six Masters. They don't want a season of what feels like nothing to them. So I think they're going to fight tooth and nail for this, which is, again, a dangerous position for LFO to be in, seeing as the stakes for them is win or you don't make playoffs.
And I mean, even if LFO do manage to win this next map, they still have another play day, right? Because they had a rescheduled match. They'll be taking on Ferox Thursday night, and they need to produce another 2 dubs if they want to be a chance to make the playoffs. And even then, I don't think it's at all confirmed, depending on sort of how the other results shape up. So LFO, they hopefully win this map for them. Then they get 1 day break, and then they've got to back that up. I don't think we could really sort of understate how like stressful and tiring that can really be. 4 comp games, 4 comp maps in the space of 3 days. That's going to take a toll, and that's going to be pretty rough.
It's a complex web of maths to figure out exactly how these playoffs are going to end up. And if LFO do win this map, boy, that match against Ferox on Thursday is going to be a fantastic game, because Ferox are also in the same position, basically, where they need to be perfect so that they can make playoffs. So it'd be 2 high stakes positions there fighting it out. And I think that just really summarizes our week of Six Masters.
I guess we could sort of theorize a little bit. Let's say in a theoretical world, LFO managed to win this next map, then they double win against Ferox, everything falls in line, and they actually make it to the playoffs. They just sneak in. Like, what could we expect? Because I think heading into the sort of the online season here, many of us thought that LFO were probably going to finish last or second last around there and struggle. But they put up a good fight. They played pretty well. If they make the playoffs, are they sort of any chance to actually go all the way? Or is the lack of experience maybe going to come back to bite them?
I think even in playoffs, they'll always be probably looked at like that dark horse, but they've proven in the regular season they can take maps off these top teams. Wildcard, Okami, Elevate, with their 3 victims really at the start of the season. So it depends where they finish up in playoffs, and it depends how the top 4 play out. It could be LFO versus Wildcard as one of the first matches for playoffs there. And like I just said, they did take a map off Wildcard. So I think it's hard to write them off no matter where they end up.
And I guess that's where that sort of makes the LFO's current situation a little bit perplexing, because they are sitting 7th heading into tonight, despite taking maps off some of these teams. A lot of those best of 2 series end up being draws. So they're just struggling, I think, to bring enough to take it over the line. And I don't have on me how many of those map wins they won were their pick or their opponent's pick. But maybe this format has exposed a couple of holes maybe in their map pool, and they haven't quite had enough to take it over the line. It's a little bit hard to say, of course. We're just theorizing here, but maybe LFO just haven't quite had enough to get those wins. And there's been a lot of draws so far across all the teams, but LFO's really stood out to be one that's had a lot.
Yeah, and they showed a lot of strengths on Clubhouse, and something that happens when you show strength on a particular map early is it just gets banned against you. And that's what they are seeing a lot of, and that is what the case will probably be if they do make playoffs. So they will have to broaden that map pool. We've seen them do pretty well on some other maps. I'm just going to quickly look at their results here. They had a big win on Villa against Okami, which is actually the only time we've seen them play Villa, which is a little bit surprising because Okami are no pushover on Villa in general. So for them to actually take that map off them, I think warrants that to be a map to play more. Maybe that is one they're saving in the pocket for a bit later if the occasion calls for it.
I mean, talking about other maps that they're pretty proficient on, or maps that they've played often, Cafe is definitely one of those, which we will be heading back into shortly. But again, they've just lacked the consistency. I mean, they've beaten Pittsburgh Knights 7-5, but then most recently, when they took on Sinister, they got smashed 2-7. They did not really stand a chance. And again, that's just a bit of a red flag that they're not bringing enough to the table and enough to sort of outdo some of the teams that are maybe reading into their playstyle.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They are a newer team to this level. So this is the kind of thing that experience will develop and bring out from them. So if they make playoffs, they'll have some time to work on maps and try and expand it a little bit and bring out some surprises. And of course, that is the great thing about once you make playoffs, you've got a little while before you actually have to play them. It's not instantly. And that does add in some variables.
And of course, it's important to keep in mind that LFO stands for looking for organization. These guys don't have an org representing them, so that as well has its added challenges, and it means that maybe they don't have as much support as some of the other teams, but it does look like they're persisting through that. Hopefully they get some representation soon, and then they can invest even more time into the game, and I think that they'll really thrive into a strong team because they are showing potential at the moment.
Absolutely, and even if they don't make playoffs, I mean, they've made a strong case for the fact that they are an up-and-coming, rising team here in ANZ. So why not take that opportunity to help them grow to be a bigger contender?
Yeah, well, we've pumped up LFO a little bit. Let's talk about Kanga a little bit of the... they just had a rough season, haven't they? I mean, not really... I mean, you could say they've had consistency, really, because they've lost every map. Oh, that sounds so bad to say, but it just... I don't know. It's really hard, I think, to pinpoint what's going wrong. So it must really be a combination of a lot of things. Noveix has really brought a breath of fresh air into that team, but it hasn't proven really to be enough just yet.
Yeah, I really just think they need more time when the pressure is off a bit to be able to really work on what's going wrong and actually have some development. Sometimes playing through it in tournaments like this can help, but sometimes it can really be the opposite. I think that's the case for Kanga, where it's just not enabled them to have the peace of mind and being able to step back and see the big picture and help fix things, because they've just been neck deep in 6 Masters. So once this is all over, they will have that opportunity, and I think going into whatever they compete in next will be the real telling sign for what is on the course for this team.
And I mean, it's important to remember, if you at home don't really have a lot of knowledge on Kanga's history, they used to be pretty strong, but that was back when they had Pat and they had Worthy. And once those 2 players left, that has left a little bit of a gap in that team, and they're still yet to recover from that. Those holes, those positions haven't been filled, and it really has showed.
It has, and I reckon if you told people that Kanga had a draw with Fnatic in Pro League Season 11 very recently, most people would think you're lying to them. So things have changed dramatically for Kanga, and this is an opportunity for them to change things dramatically yet again. Starting on Cafe on defense is Kanga.
Yep, the sides have been switched. Kanga heading
Defenders,
to
protect your bombs from being
the top floor
defused by
first.
attackers.
Bring the Omega combo, Mai and Jaeger. Some projectile denial to try and slow down this push. Expect Kanga to stronghold Pixel, and could even see a shield set up over towards Cocktail Balcony as well. Kanga is a team that has brought some interesting stuff to the table in terms of setup and strategy on this map, and look, maybe tonight will be no exception.
Might just be that exception. Spruce there on the pulse, which we've seen him play quite a lot of aggressively and also getting great intel.
5 seconds to
Nothing too
insertion.
dramatic out of either of these lineups. LFO opting to go for the Maverick though instead of the Thermite or Hard Breach. Means it will require just that little bit of extra time to open walls with a Maverick trick. But risk is going to be heavily involved in that.
Spruce gaining early intel. C4 is prepared by Novaic, and he'll be able to throw that out whilst an attacker is stuck in the repel animation entering on the roof. It's going to be a big pick for Kanga early in the round if they time it. The C4 goes out. Will it find its mark? I don't think it has. Spruce considers throwing a second, but thinks better of it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
LFO will now gain control of the roof.
No, I'm pretty sure Mims shot that in midair. So
Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me.
yeah, still sharp. That would tell me. These mute jammers are going to be a bit of a pain there. No Thatcher on the Mims, so they're going to have to deal with that with an explosive or just shoot it from the other hatch is probably a bit easier. These drones will finally get through. Did delay just a touch of time there with that C4 because it meant that extra droning was needed to ensure they were safe near the hatch. Slows them down slightly, getting towards Piano, which is, of course, the all-important map control you need for attacking Far Cocktail.
Some aggressive positions being held here by Kanga. Also a player on the bottom floor. Not sure who that is for Kanga. It's actually Spruce on Pulse. Hills is taken out though by Leb. Does give Kanga the early man advantage. Decent control by LFO. Could be difficult to convert that onto site.
You're just playing very patiently, which they have not necessarily always done in the past. So now great holes here that enable LFO to get a lot happening. This torch is going to come out so that they can get some angles into backstore. Looks like it's not going to be fully open, it's more just line of sight here. This means that Kanga can't comfortably rotate through at least to deny the plant or cover the plant.
I'm waiting for Spruce to pop his head up somewhere on this rotate because that could be very, very dangerous. He's still playing below. Does have a C4 for denial as well. With only 30 seconds left on the board, that could pose a big dent in LFO's push here, even if they get in a position to plant. Surely Spruce will be able to deny it from below. Mims sends out some Capitaine bolts, and surely that plant is going down soon, but they are being stalled out. Nasty will attempt it. C4 comes out. Spruce will surely connect this. No, he doesn't. He just misses. And the plant goes down. That's massive for LFO. And now they need to hold the post plant. It's a 4 versus 5.
Oof, that's some really unfortunate placement there from Spruce. That could have changed everything. This retake is going to be quite tricky given the control that LFO have. Angmo's on the skylight, which is super critical to holding his post plant. Mims is still alive. Means it's going to be tough for Kanga. Only 20 seconds to go now, guys. It's going to be pretty tough, and LFO do close out that first round, which means they're going to maintain their momentum from map 1.
That C4 missing its mark by a couple of inches will inevitably cost Kanga a round that could have been theirs, and LFO will continue on their momentum from map 1. Of course, LFO cannot afford to drop a single map from here on out. Kanga on the other end, on the other hand rather, they're still looking for their first map win. That first round, probably not the best way to start things off. there's still a long way to go.
Really came down to that missed C4. I mean, Kanga had done a great job of being patient and allowing LFO to push in. I mean, they did give them a lot of map control a bit too quick there, such as the piano. But if that C4 hit the mark, that round really could have changed. So really just unfortunate placement there from Spruce. LFO are really on the hunt here. It was a strong attacking start from them.
Kitchen, of course, will be the second site. Sometimes teams will opt to go to reading second, but Kanga seemingly comfortable playing inside of Kitchen. Probably expecting them to play quite fluidly here and maybe try and retain above control. There are some barricades going up, in fact. Kanga maybe looking to try and slow down this attack. Led, definitely someone to watch this round. I know for sure that he's been doing a lot of off-site roaming, particularly on Cafe. Normally playing the likes of Jaeger, but on this occasion it will be Mozzie.
Bomb located by attackers.
And I guess on the topic of Jaeger, Kanga actually electing not to bring a single projectile denial, despite bringing both Jaeger and Wamai in the previous round.
And on the topic of Leb too, I mean, he's had a pretty good season for Kanga considering how they've played. He's had probably some of the more consistent performances on that roster. And on Cafe, he's had some great matches. That Okami one in particular, he had a huge clutch to force overtime. So definitely keep an eye out for him as LFO have regressed straight in through here. Again, this is probably the side effect of not having that projectile denial that you were talking about. It meant that they could easily clear Bakery and just push straight through. Nobody was playing there, but it wouldn't have been too much effort for them. And I think that's a critical error here because Nasty's going to be able to make this hole so quick. They're going to have half the round to be able to deal with this plant.
Hills will get the first pick through that hole. That's Campo, who has been shut down. Poor start here for Kanga, as Nasty will now Maverick the bottom of the wall. Reinforcement taken off. Wall will be opened, in fact, by Boats with the C4. It nets him 1 kill and a second. That's a big play from Boats. Off the back of that wall being opened by Nasty. The refrag not there from LFO, and that's a pretty sloppy way to convert some control on towards side.
Is just not watching that two-way hole. Spruce gets a knife kill onto Sogs, probably not even watching anything at all. And this angle from this Maestro, what is that? That's just nasty. Novakes is the one responsible for that. He does know exactly where this player is from LFO. Shots coming out. Angmo does get one, makes it a 3 versus 2. A little bit more possible here. Actually, that's a 2 versus 2, guys. Definitely doable for LFO with 50 seconds to go.
Boats with some ants in his pants, over peaking, will be taken down.
The diffuser.
As you mentioned, it's a 2v2. Mims on the board as well, so this is very, very dangerous for Kanga. That unorthodox shield position could pose some problems, but Mims gets his double. And now it's left all up to that Maestro. Mims in a one-on-one. Pre-fires the angle, hits the shot, and Mims! This man is an absolute machine. It's Mims' take on Kanga, and again, Mims will come out on top.
Just shows that it doesn't matter who you kill on LFO. If Mims is still up, then they are still in this game. I am just shaking my head. I can't believe the performance that he's putting in so far is just astounding. And now LFO are up 2-0 on their attack half. They're looking pretty good. That was close for Kanga. They had a solid man advantage. I think it was 4 versus 2 at one stage there. Wow, LFO just dug deep and brought it back.
I want to know what Mims had for breakfast. That man is untouchable at the moment. Absolutely ridiculous. He should not have won that by any stretch. But he did, and LFO will now have the 2-0 lead. Momentum well and truly in their favour. Still continuing on that streak from Coastline. It's effectively 4 rounds straight for them in the series, and Kanga not really getting a look in at the moment.
I know it's only 2 rounds, but Mims hasn't even died on this map. Like, I don't know, man. See whether he can continue this this effort, and not only this map, but Of course, if LFO continue to form here, they'll get the 2 wins they need. They will face Ferox on Thursday.
10
So
seconds
I'm keen to
remaining.
see whether Mims and LFO can back this up continuously to secure
5
that
seconds
playoff
left
spot.
before insertion.
Really is going to be a sight to see.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Kanga investing some utility in Cocktail that will try to prevent LFO from gaining vertical control. Boats is there to provide some ADS devices, and Lev playing Goyo will offer some protection with those Vulcan shields. Campo as well with some new jammers, so the prep is there for Kanga. The question is, will LFO be able to derail this round like they've derailed so many others?
A bomb has been located.
Kanga's going to need to hold tight there into Cocktail. Really, really important map control for this objective. Seeing LFO make light work of entry in towards Cigar. Lots of drones going in through Bar, which means that Kanga is soon going to be under a bit of pressure there. Mims on the Capital, I mean, not only is that a great fragging operator, just the utility usage is so lethal, so dangerous. The way it can be used. Haven't seen a whole lot of effect from that yet, but it's something that Kanga will have to keep an eye on. And maybe they should be picking more Wamai if they identify that Capital is a high pick rate right now for LFO.
Mims looking to try and get that first pick. Of course, went absolutely massive on Coastline. He missed it. Managed to get 2 aces over the course of what was a pretty short game in the end. Only 10 rounds. Hangman, meanwhile, he's trying to pressure from the other side. He's on the eastern side here as Leb will find that pick, but LFO will use that as a trigger to now push forward. Nasty as well has the blowtorch to create some additional angles, but he himself will be taken off the board. Campo from below gets that C4 kill. And with a minute left, LFO looking like they might not win this round. Another C4. Does create a vertical hole. Shots rain out from Mims, but he doesn't find that pick. This is, I must say, this is still a little bit scary. Mims on the board, Sogs as well, roaming around. I wouldn't put it past them to maybe win this round.
Yep, it's not over till it's over, so we'll see what they can do. 40 seconds to go. Mims still alive. I think that's a pretty important thing to point out at this stage. Alright, just getting some great intel here into what positions are being played on site. Mims does light up another through the rafters. Not able to get the pick though, and all of a sudden the time has whittled away. Really going to be tough for them to be able to get this plant down.
Mims really struggling here. Sogs being lit up by that Vulcan shield as well. Mims falls off the balcony. Has to spray down the barricade. His position revealed. There's a player above, and surely even Mims won't be able to win this one. He doesn't. Kanga will take around number 3.
Much better there from Kanga. Beautiful team play from below, just denying vertically the push across in Bar from LFO. And that worked out as best as it could have, really. Brought it down to that 5 versus 2, and it's never looked any different. Is Kanga going to rotate back to Kitchen, which we saw very close. It was that 1v1 that Mims did win in round number 2.
Of course, keep in mind, last time Kanga defended this site, they didn't bring a Jaeger or a Mai for that matter. And they're actually going to bring both this round. So we might see Kanga be a little bit more aggressive here inside of Bakery. LFO on the last occasion gained control of that site, or that part of the map, rather quite quickly, quite swiftly. And then were able to eventually, albeit very closely, convert that to some site presence. And quite enthralling to see if Kanga actually get quite aggressive inside of Bakery, but they have actually reinforced off the common rotates, and maybe they'll play a bit more default in towards site.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Here having a bit of a run upstairs yet again. Use those pests to try and slow down the clear from LFO, but they didn't really buy into it too much. I mean, a lot of their push last time was horizontally through Bakery. That was a massive side effect of the fact they had zero presence there. Nothing to deny projectiles, nobody actually playing there just to deny space for a little while. So in order for what Leb's doing right now to work, they need that presence.
Leb and Spruce again, the two members for Kanga playing off-site. LFO may need to clear them as Heels on the sledge will likely try to get presence above. In fact, he's going all the way to the roof alongside Sogs, so we could see a full top-down clear here from LFO.
Where those pests are going to be helpful from Leb. They could potentially deny either a drone completely or just
Bomb located by
create a new
attackers.
path for that drone to take. And it might burn some time, it might not. LFO definitely taking longer at least to obtain map control and put more pressure onto Kanga at this stage compared to the last time we saw them attack Kitchen.
That round timer quickly ticking down. Almost edging towards the halfway point of this action phase, and in the real control that LFO have is the top floor. Actually, they do have nice control inside the Bakery. Couldn't quite tell if the wall was soft. I think it may be. Yes, it definitely is. Spruce meanwhile gets Sogs. So Kanga do have the man advantage.
This is finally going to open up an actual rotatable hole there. A little bit risky is the sledge being already soft, and there's a lot of Kanga players looking at it. They have managed to get it done, and now there's a lot of presence here from LFO in this Bakery prep area. They're worried about holes above, no one actually playing there at this stage. In the final minute mark here, they don't have enough control there to flush out these Kanga positions. There's a lot of chance of denial here on the end of Kanga. It'd be a pretty tough finish here for LFO.
That deep shield as well, causing a lot of issues as they can't clear it. Cavitao bolts will come out and actually shut down that angle. That's a pretty good play. It is countered though by Gas Canister, forcing them through prep. LFO now need to try and get the plant down with 30 seconds left. Heels above to try and cover. There's gas grenades continuing to cause problems here. Nasty pushes deep though. Still being lit up by yet another gas grenade. That's perfectly played denial by Kanga as Campo secures that kill, and it's now left in a 3-on-5. Spruce finds one as well, and surely Kanga will be able to close out this round. They have all the intel, all of the utility, and LFO don't have the time. The diffuser is collected, and Angmo will try to stick it on a slither of HP. Mims left to cover it. Surely he won't win, and he won't. Leb will swing the angle and get the kill. In fact, actually, maybe he was above. I am not entirely sure.
Either way, LFO lose that round. Kanga, that's 2 in a row for them now. We've got a game, Guz. They evened it out. They looked like they were just out of it in those first 2 rounds, but this has looked pretty good. That last one in particular was beautifully played by Kanga. Nice and patient on site, and even the roamers never really overextended. So this is looking a little tough here for LFO, and again, they need to win this map.
I really like that shield setup that Kanga have had deep in towards Freezer, or near in front of the Freezer. LFO were aware of it, but didn't really do a great job in trying to clear it or nullify that angle. I mean, we did see smoke grenades late in the round from the Cavitao bolt. But I mean, it just wasn't quite enough, and LFO, with a lack of time and a lack of resources, really struggled to get that plant down successfully. I felt so sorry for Nasty. He tried to plant it
Bomb located by attackers.
what felt like 2 or 3 times, and every single one of those he was met by gas grenades. That was really rough for him. Definitely do have a match in our hands now though, and this is where the pressure starts to mount for LFO, isn't it? Because they can't afford to lose a map. The more rounds that slip away, the closer that becomes a reality.
That's exactly right, and it's going to start coming back into their minds. I mean, when you've got momentum and you're rolling, you feel like you're ahead in the game, you don't think about that as much. But when it starts to feel like your opponent is getting the top of you, you start to think about the stakes again. You start thinking, boys, if we lose this, we're not going to make playoffs. And that can go two ways. That can motivate a team, but sometimes that can just be what buries you. So we're going to find that out with LFO in this map right now, because Kanga are fighting back. And if LFO roll over, then their playoffs chances are done.
A bomb has been located.
LFO looking to try and find some early ground. Mims enters below quite aggressively. Leb there to greet him potentially later in the round. He's playing inside of reading. This could be an early engagement. Both players seemingly aware that the other is there. Based on Mims's form, you definitely have to back him into this gunfight if it does ensue. Mims is trying to gain control of reading so that he can get vertical. If Novegas comes to assist, Mims could find himself in a little bit of trouble here.
Leb's definitely getting himself a little trapped here. His drone causing a lot of problems. Very much been spotted out, but hey, he's burned a lot of time. Down to a minute 30 mark. They haven't been able to do anything with that information. Mims is patiently holding this angle. Leb crosses past it. Not punished just yet. This could end up being, again, some big pressure adding onto LFO.
Oh, Mims. He gets shut down by Campo from above. Slugs are unable to find Leb yet below. This round is really looking like it's going to be Kangas at the moment. LFO, only a minute on the board and not a lot to work with. They are getting this wall open, or at least attempting to. But even that's proving quite difficult. LFO could find themselves having to filter in towards site in the final 45 seconds.
I think they're just looking for line of sight there through that backstore wall, but regardless, wherever they're trying to push for this plan is just not looking good and not looking clean at least. They've made a small little rotate hole there right next to the trash bags or the drink serving trolley. Maybe that's where they're going to get the plan down, but there's still so much denial available for Kanga. Lots of bodies up. LFO going for this plant. They've got to try and stick this. The gas comes out. Not going to deny in time, in fact, guys. Plant goes down.
Nasty will die eventually. Oh, Hills gets taken down. Campo, he's found himself a quad this round and he could well defuse the bomb. Where's Angmo? That's the question. He's actually above. This could be absolutely massive if Angmo can deny the plant. He pre-fires the angle and gets the kill. Angmo surely can win this. This is such a hard spot to clear. No one can get on the roof. Angmo can just sit here and quick peek, and he finds one more. That's the double kill. And now Boats needs to try and find the pick, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Angmo will surely be able to hold on to this round. And Kanga, they were so close to being able to bring this one back. But Angmo from the Scarlet will spoil the party. He gets taken down, but it doesn't mean anything. LFO will take the round by disarming the bomb.
And Kanga had everything there to be able to win that round. So much denial. They had 5 players alive and only one of them had a flicker of health taken off them. Yet they could not deny that plant in time. That gas grenade just not coming quick enough. That is unfortunate for Kanga, but the victors will always capitalize on those mistakes, and that is LFO at this stage. Coming into the last round of the half, guys, LFO could be looking at a 4-2 advantage again in this first half, which definitely sets them poised to take the map.
Look, I'm just happy that we finally saw an attacker hold that plant from the skylight on Cafe. There have been a couple of occasions so far this season in Six Masters where teams have gotten the plant down. No one's been on the skylight, and then the site's been retaken. So, very well played there by LFO. A little bit sketch, but Angmo played that incredibly well at the end there and was able to waste a lot of time. Moving on though, it's time for the final round of the half. I mean, if Kanga win this round, it would make for a very spicy second half.
I think it's a bit of a different story to Coastline as well. Kanga aren't playing terribly on Cafe. In fact, I really feel like they're playing better here on Cafe than they are on Coastline, or did on Coastline, I should say. LFO just managed to be getting these rounds. I mean, Mim's got that 1v1 clutch in round number 2 on Kitchen. And there was just a couple of windows where Kanga should have had that last round, but it just slipped away. Failure to secure those rounds with the advantage is costing Kanga right now.
Again, we're going to see
Attackers
Kanga
dropping
holding
diffuser.
Cocktail to try and delay time and
Attackers recover the diffuser.
force LFO to expend utility. Does appear as if LFO will play into that and head to the top floor as many teams normally would. Try and gain some map control.
Bomb located by attackers.
They're not taking too much time here to take Piano, which is
Device ready.
a great start from LFO. Last time they really struggled to take across Bar and towards Cocktail. You might remember some fantastic vertical team play from Kanga. Getting C4 kills and a couple of shots through the rafters just really dismantled LFO. See what they've got up their sleeve to be able to counter that this time.
Sog sends out a grenade towards White Stairs, but that doesn't really find its target. Mims is playing IQ from above, trying to work out where some of this utility has been placed. Again, time is working against the attackers, as it so often is. Halfway point in the round has been passed, and LFO need to try and convert some control above, try and pressure in towards side. Boats has been flushed out. Well played there by LFO, but the wide swing picks up one, led with the C4, finds another. Hills super low from that as well. And now it's a 3-on-5.
Again, great play from Kanga, some good teamwork there to secure that double kill. And LFO have taken across now to Cocktail. There's about a minute to go and start to put a bit of pressure on side, but you can see Kanga have actually rotated generally away from these holes now. They're not going to be trying to contest those, and that means that LFO are going to be spending a lot of time to drone it out, try and get some picks through the holes, get some form of site control. It's not going to leave them much time at all for a plant. Hills looks like he's about to be in engagement, but he hasn't got much help. And actually, he's just going to die. Boats sneaks up on him from the bottom of white. 5 versus 2 guards, 30 seconds. It's not looking too good for LFO in this round.
Oh, that's a C4. Sogs will be downed, and now it's Nasty left than a 1-on-5. We've seen a couple of aces so far this evening, but this one is looking quite unlikely. He will actually end up picking up Sog, so it's a 2-on-5. But again, this round surely is Kanga's. The diffuser is dropped. Campo with the final kill, and it's flawless for Kanga to end out the half. And this one is looking like it's going to be incredibly close. I'm not sure what Campo's shooting there, but he definitely saw him.
I agree. This looks like it is going to be a close finish. Kanga are actually playing quite well. LFO, they really lacked adaptation in that round, man. Like, it felt so much like the first reading dining that we saw from Kanga, which was in round 3, where they just got all those kills from vertical and great pressure from White Stairs. It was basically the same. LFO didn't add a lot of additional pressure onto those positions to enable them to get more success. So I think if Kanga can keep this up through their attack half, oh boy, that's going to be a lot of pressure on the LFO, and they're really in for a fight.
Definitely think Kanga have read into the kitchen site choice here, because Spruce actually 6-picked off Buck onto Sledge. Buck often picked when trying to clear out Cocktail, for example, if they are defending the 3rd floor or even extending whilst holding the 2nd. Potentially Spruce has read into that. Jumped onto the Sledge, which will, of course, give him grenades alongside the Sledgehammer. Make him quite dangerous from above if LFO aren't holding that.
10 seconds left.
This site for Kanga was actually their...
5 seconds to go.
Well, it's 50-50 for them. They held it twice. And they almost won it on that first one. That was the Mims 1v1 clutch. So we'll see whether it's a more successful one for LFO. See how they are planning to hold. They also look like they're really not putting a lot of pressure into Bakery. Oh no, that's not correct actually. Angmo is going to be playing in there. They've got to rotate through that Bakery wall. So that means they are looking to hold this a little more aggressively, and that castle does facilitate that.
Nasty on the castle, of course, using that operator in particular to help shut down any angles in towards site. And that's going to be critical late round. Early round, though, it looks like Kanga are going to go for a full top-down take. That's in contrast to how we saw Alpho try to take site from Bakery. We haven't quite seen this approach so far this evening, and I guess Kanga will either hero it or show us why they shouldn't have attempted it.
Van Clear is taking a bit of time here, but Kanga have made their way to the second floor, which has no presence from LFO at this stage. So they can try and do some vertical pressure here, which will probably be Spruce on this sledge. So we see him move towards mining. Looks like is exactly what his plan's going to be, but LFO are looking to contest that. That pre-fire almost
Imagine
the
that
mark.
here. Could you imagine being Spruce
That would be tilting.
and then being hit by that? Oh, and a C4. Oh my. Spruce is dancing on his tiptoes at the moment, trying not to be hit by anything at the moment. Does scathe away in the meantime, but that was looking a little bit sketch. Grenade will be sent out and finds a pick onto Hills, who was already low. So that's a great start for Kanga, but I mean, Raven, we only have a minute left. This round going by quite quickly.
That's the thing about that top-down clear. It does take quite a lot of time to obtain some good map control. Really relies on you getting these picks vertically. So Spruce has found one. He's cut this rotated Bakery. This should be another easy kill, so to speak, for Kanga. This nade could be what ends it, but no, that Magnet catches it. So it still survives, but he is pinched, and out of nowhere, Kanga are looking poised to take this round, guys.
I mean, the only pick for Kanga so far was actually a team kill. Novax popping Camper in the back of the head. Moving it all up to Mims now in a 1v4. If there's one player you want left on your team for this scenario, it's Mims. But even this is looking quite challenging, and he can't even get the first pick. Novax with the ACOG will outduel him, and Kanga will successfully take their first attack.
Again, that pressure has to be creeping up on LFO. And now down on the scoreline, Kanga are continuing to fight. And LFO are looking to weaken a bit. They really crumbled in that round. And let's not forget, the final round that we saw from Kanga's defense was also flawless. So in the last 2 rounds, we haven't really seen a kill from LFO. Because the only death on Kanga just then was a team kill, right?
Yep. Wow. Of course, LFO, the more rounds they let slip, the closer they are to losing a map. And if they lose a map, they pretty much can't make the playoffs. They can't make the top 4 heading into tonight. They're 7th. They're a long way off. They need to be winning every single map to be a chance. Losing to Kanga here, that's their season done. And they'd be losing to the team that hasn't won a map yet. They definitely don't want to be in that position, and that's why that pressure is starting to creep in. I think they need to try and find some comfort in the fact that they're on Cafe defense. Surely they can muster something here. Try and get a couple rounds under their belt. Try and close this one out before that disaster scenario occurs.
5 seconds left.
As we've been saying, on the flip side, Kanga, they're searching for their only map win in 6 Masters. They're not playing for playoffs, they're playing for pride, so to speak. But they also have the opportunity to really mess up the playoff run for any team ahead of them. And that just so happens to be LFO. And when you don't have much to lose, that can be really dangerous to play against. On top of that, LFO look like they haven't changed up a massive amount with this defense. Just a little bit more presence off-site is probably the main factor here.
Maybe trying to nullify any of that vertical control that will come out from Kanga. Not really too many members sitting directly on site. Heels on the top floor, definitely someone to watch. He's a player. It does have a history of popping off, but so far in Cafe, he's currently going 2 and 7, having a little bit of a struggle. If he can go big this round and gain some momentum, this could be massive for him and his team. He may be missed drone, but no, the drone flicks. His position revealed. Hills will make his way down the hatch. That almost ended poorly, but in the end it does. Campo is there to shut down that rotate, and that's massive. He finds another as well on the rotate. What are LFO doing? They're falling apart. Campo finds the double. And they're on the back foot now, heading into the rest of this round.
They're just getting lost in this pursuit of making something happen. Sometimes that's just not what you need to do. In the pursuit of making something happen, sometimes you're just throwing it away. And that was just a little over-aggressive, I'd say, from LFO. We could be talking about it completely differently, though, right? Like, if Hills actually got the kill onto Leb, it might have worked out a bit different. But at the end of the day, even the extra aggression there from Sogs just to try and re-peek straight away into reading really didn't work out. To be down 2 men with a minute to go under this pressure, I think that's a tough position to be for LFO.
Minute left on the board. Spruce from above tries to find a pick, but will miss. Novax does have the diffuser. He's rotating towards Freezer. He, of course, is playing Thermite, and he'll be able to use an exothermic charge on that Freezer ball, gain an additional entry point. Someone will be contesting that, and he finds the opening. Mims is there, ready with the bullet holes to spray them down, and that's a gunfight, but Novax doesn't die. Mims does eventually die, though, to Campo, who finds he's triple for the round, and Angmo's now in a powerful position to flank, but it could be too late. Nasty holds on for one. Flashes are being sent out, and he won't be blinded.
15 seconds left.
Tries to peek for a second. Angmo finds one, and maybe LFO can bring this back, but the entry from Novax is strong, and now Angmo is left in a 1-on-3, but Kanga will shut him down.
3 rounds consecutively in the bank of Kanga means that they are up a solid advantage now. 5-3 is the scoreline. 2 rounds away for Kanga, not only for getting their first and only dub in 6 Masters, but 2 rounds away for Kanga to be putting the nail in the coffin of LFO's playoff chances.
Kind of feel a bit bad now for writing Kanga off completely on this second map. Because of course, keep in mind, this is LFO's map pick. You would expect them to be even stronger on this map than they were on Coastline. That hasn't been the case so far. Still a long way to go though.
Attackers need to locate.
Kanga need to find 2 more rounds consecutively to take the map. I mean, if that's the case, we could well see a reverse sweep 7-3 in favor of Kanga, but
Attackers have located a bomb.
I don't know, I'm waiting for something to click here from LFO. Hasn't quite been working for them yet, but I'm sure if they can get this round convincingly, then the cogs will start turning and should be able to change their fortune.
See what they can do. They're in a difficult position here. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity, and this is their chance. I mean, you want to talk about opportunity. They have an opportunity to make playoffs of 6 Masters. As the team that came through Open Quad, this is the time to step up. I had a great first map, and right now I'm just seeing them struggle to adapt to Kanga, and they're letting Kanga play their game, which, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of in the entire season. So really big pressure here on LFO.
And I mean, time and time again throughout the season when Kanga has looked strong here and there, most of the time it has felt like their opponent has been overextending and outplaying themselves. And I mean, so far LFO feel like they are playing that way at the moment. Kanga, again, not doing anything too crazy. Holding rotates and flushing out defenders quite generically, really. LFO maybe trying to be a little bit too fancy, a little bit too aggressive. Just giving them picks and not really giving their team a fighting chance.
On top of that, they also made the risky choice to repeat bomb site. They went kitchen twice in a row, which isn't always the norm. And I mean, there's no acceptable good or bad for that. But if you're going to repeat bomb site, you want to be so sure that you know what you need to fix, because it is a bit riskier, so to speak. We haven't seen their bar cocktail hold, and that means neither is Kanga. This is fresh in their minds. And right now, half the round is burned away, and they don't have piano control. They don't have cigar control. So that is actually quite good for LFO at this stage of the round.
C4 from Sogs at the top of red. Won't find its pick, but Mims has been taken down by Campo. Sogs is in a pretty powerful position here to maybe clear off Novakes, who's now opening up that red wall to his left. He goes across the doorway here, could find himself in trouble, but Sogs drops the hatch, is droned, and will be forced to rotate. Control of Lounge now basically given to Kanga. Nasty. Now with a minute to go, needs to try and hold off Pixel.
It's pretty important here, and also Novakes, he's going to be trying to open this backstore wall, and actually no, he's using it to get in towards trash bags, which is hard right here of his position. This is quite the common plant spot for a lot of teams, and this means that Kanga are pretty set up here to potentially get a plant down. Campo does have a great line of sight here in towards backstore and washroom. One right around the corner that he might be able to catch the corner of, not quite. He's going to push deep through bar, and this is going to be a bit of a banger final end to this round, Guz.
Campo pounces and finds his double for the round and a triple. He's going off here. Now it's up to Nasty to try and defend it, but he himself will be taken out. And now it's Sogs left in a 3-on-1 post plant. Kanga, they have someone on the roof. This round basically unwinnable for LFO, and Kanga will take it. They're on match point, Raven. They could well get their very first win of Six Masters.
Oh boy, they might just do it, guys. And I mean, they've been in these positions, they've had match points before, and they haven't been able to secure it. It could be another heartbreaking overtime loss for Kanga. But quite frankly, with their form, the way they're playing in this map right now, and the way LFO is playing, I really feel like they've got this. I don't want to jinx them. Too late, to be honest. I just said it. But we'll see. And look, LFO going back to Kitchen, which they have had 0 success on right now.
3 attacks straight on Cafe, definitely nothing to be snuffed at whatsoever, and 3 convincing rounds at that. LFO feeling the most pressure they probably have all season. If they lose this next round, if they lose any of the next 3 rounds, they cannot make the playoffs. They cannot make the top 4. They need to win this map to be a chance. This is high stakes for them. Many at the start of this season wrote them off. No one thought they'd ever be in a position for playoffs, but here we are. It's crunch time for them. They have to win 3 rounds straight. It's definitely an uphill battle here for LFO.
Going up. 10 seconds remaining.
Love to see what they've got in store. I mean, they've attempted this twice now, and both times Kanga has basically ran over the top of them. For them to go here again, you'd hope got something a little bit better up their sleeves. And again, they chose this map. They chose to be here right now, and they aren't really showing a whole lot out of it. You know, guys like this, if you told me that this was Kanga's map pick and that Coastline was LFO's, I'd be 100% convinced by that.
Yeah.
Bomb located by attackers.
Definitely agree with you on that one. As it looks like LFO going for a more traditional hold here on site. Foregoing the heavy roam that they've attempted previously. And that may well be the play. That might be the change that they need.
A bomb has been located.
This is good time management from Kanga on this top-down push. Campo already in second floor. They did manage to catch 2 rotating last time, and that's not the play from LFO in this instance. All 5 of them on the first floor. Mims is really the only one that's far away from site there in Bakery, and I mean, that's not far at all. He's already gone back to prep, as no one is pushing him. Maybe he's going to go on a bit of a run, peeking down towards red. But that means Kanga have got free reign of vertical control.
Spruce gets to work with the sledgehammer. He'll use a grenade to clear off this electricity. May well clear the hatch. No, it won't. So there's still an Electro Claw on the hatch. Ash's breaching charge will be used to clear that, in fact. And that will allow Novakes to get the hatch if he so desires.
Important sledging being done by Spruce yet again. He needs to be able to find some picks here, because a big part of this is getting vertical control. And if you don't get picks or you don't work these positions well enough on site, then all this time commitment's for naught. Really important here. Sogs got tagged up. Not going. That C4 is very threatening in that position and just waiting for the right time. Exothermic Breach has gone off. Not sure if that was Hatch or even Freezer. Kanga are really looming over the top of LFO on site now.
45 seconds and Spruce will get the first pick. Campo drops the Hatch aggressively and could find a couple more. Currently going 14 and 7 in this round, and that's another for the bank. That's Hills taken down. It's a 3-on-5 in favor of Kanga, and Campo just keeps shutting them down one after another, and now Mims is left in a 1 versus 5. Kanga on the edge of winning their very first map, and they will finally convert it with a flawless round. It took them the whole season, but they finally managed to do it. And Leb is absolutely loving it.
They did it. And yes, I'm sure Leb is going to lap this up. And you know what? Some of us might call this the House of Xenox, but I think right now it's the House of Kanga. They've got the dub in Six Masters at the last hurdle.
Ecstasy for Kanga, but LFO now very unlikely to make the playoffs, and that is a very, very rough scenario for them. The night started off so great, such a great performance on Coastline, but then on Cafe, their map pick, things just did not go their way.
No, I mean, like, Kanga's attack half told the story of that map. I think it's fair to say they absolutely ran over the top of LFO in that second half. So I'm not sure what happened there. They went missing and just never got it back, whether it was the pressure getting the better of them or not. Either way, look, I'm happy for Kanga to get their win. It's a little sad that LFO are basically now done with their season. They do have another match, but playoffs is not looking like their thing anymore.
I think it's definitely still a little bit possible because they can get a maximum of 9 points in the last week now because they got 3 tonight. Then they have to double Ferox and get 6, right? That would put them currently, as we sit at the moment, equal third. But they have to hope that a lot of results go their way. And on top of that, they need to beat Ferox, which is going to be a tall order. So losing to Kanga could prove critical in their run. And I mean, if they miss out by 3 points, and that 3 points can be attributed to a Kanga loss, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, like we said, it's a complicated web of math in terms of how people are going to finish in these playoffs, but it really does look much less likely now for LFO. And that is Kanga being the first team now that's finished for Six Masters. They've played their final games, and they are also ending in 8th place. But look, they're going to be stoked that they got the win. I'm looking forward to the interview because it has been a season of sad interviews with Kanga, and they're going to be beaming after that.
Well, talking about interviews, we have one ready with LFO. It will be their coach, Enigma. Enigma, the suit, it's looking amazing, mate, but unfortunately the scoreline on Cafe didn't. What went wrong?
Thankfully I was able to listen. I think that, we just gave them too much. I was listening to what you guys were saying pre-game, mostly speaking about, not falling into the trap of VOD reviewing other teams too much. And obviously, as Lovely Raven put it, biting your own tail, I believe it was. Yep. I think that we just gave them a little bit too much. And consequently, it fell apart, unfortunately. There's not much more to it.
Yeah, and you guys have another big match still to finish off Six Masters against Ferox on Thursday. Maybe tell us how you're feeling about that. This being a super week means you've had to prepare for 2 teams. What are your thoughts moving in towards Thursday now?
So again, I really, took note about, what went wrong with us against Sinister, what went wrong against us with Knights. And one thing that we were just continuously noticing is we're just trying to play our game based upon how they play. And, rather than actually just playing our own game. So, we had this inclination that Kanga would take us onto Coastline. So we just thought, instead of having them, having us play their game, we're going to just play our own game. So on Ferox on Thursday, we're going to do the exact same thing. We've been, scrimming quite hard over the past week. So hopefully we can finish off our 6 Masters runs with a win. A win like would be pretty nice, to be frank.
Last quick question, which I'm sure everybody really wants to know, is what are you guys feeding Mims, and where can we get it?
Honestly, that man, I think he fed himself a HSP prior. I don't know what it was. He just felt like he was on, and then I saw these 2 aces come round, and I honestly, none of us could believe it. And you know, to get one of the highest, I think the highest KDR actually in 6 Masters, and especially again coming from a team of literally nobodies. I think it's, we've really proven our point, and I'm excited for next game and then next season, of course.
All right, well, Enigma, it's a pleasure as always. We'll talk again soon, and all the best.
Thanks, boys. See you later.
A little bit of positivity never went astray. It's good to see that his spirits are still up despite, again, their chances of playoffs being really, really slim now. A rough night. Hopefully they can move forward, though, and learn some lessons, which is the sort of mindset I think that they should have.
Yeah, and we said it at the start as well. I mean, coming into the entire season, if we want to take a step back, people would have written them off. They would have had probably high expectations of themselves, but it would have just been, let's have a run, boys, and see how we go. And they've made waves. They've taken maps off. We'll recap it again. They've taken maps off Elevate, Okami, Wildcard. That is definitely nothing to be sneezing at. So even if they don't end up making playoffs, they've had such a good 6 Masters given the way that they entered into it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be a dangerous team going forward. I mean, they have been on the up throughout this season. They've hit a little bit of a speed bump at the end, but I think they're still going to be on an upwards trajectory, and heading into some of the future tournaments here in Australia, they're going to be ones to watch out for, and they're going to be really, really dangerous.
And they now have experience under their belt, which is what they lacked coming into this. They've played a full season. They've seen how it feels to go through a full season, the ups and downs, how you manage your map pool and strategies over a season, because it's not just about a single series or a single weekend of qualifiers. It's more than that. So now they've got that experience, it does enable them to build upon that for the following tournaments and whatever's to come.
Well, we've talked up LFO massively. Let's talk about Kanga. They took their time. They were patient. They waited all season to win a single map, and they finally did it on their opposition's map pick. I am speechless. I'm so happy for them. Finally, they did it. Oh, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't have waited any bloody longer if they wanted to, man. The final map of their 6 Masters season. Look, I'm sure they're going to be stoked, and I'm happy for them. It was always a sad thing, after casting 6 Masters, jump onto Twitter, suss what people are saying, and you always see some of the Kanga players, especially Leb's tweets, man, were always so depressing. So I'm stoked for them that they got the win in the end, and now they can put this behind them and just move forward and try and build up some solid form and some foundations.
And I think the best part about this is that so often Leb blames me because I'm casting him when he loses all the time, apparently. But look, the curse has been beaten, Leb. So there you go. I'm not the problem. But you know who is the problem? You know who is the problem though, Raven? It's Spruce. We've got him on the line. Let's say good day.
Okay. Hey guys.
You're smiling. What's going on, mate? How are you?
It's been a long 5 months in the wilderness, but I'm here in Winland, so it's happy to be here, boys. Happy to be here.
Man, look, we've been saying how excited we are to do a winning interview with you. Tell us about the winning map. Tell us about Cafe. How did you guys feel going into it? What allowed you to end up playing so well this time?
Well, it was looking a bit dim after defense. We played pretty bad, to be honest. I think I kind of almost threw like 2 of those defenses. Like, I don't know how my Echo Drone didn't get I must have missed. And then the Nitro on the planter, I'm not sure how that didn't get it either, but I'm not going to criticize the game at all. It's a great game. Yeah, but we just composed ourselves for the attacks. We followed our defaults and we executed on them.
Nicely done. Nicely put.
Thank you.
Look, let's look beyond 6 Masters. Now that it is over for you guys, you're the first team to finish up with 6 Masters. What is your mindset and how are you guys approaching what is beyond?
Well, we were getting close. Like throughout all of 6 Masters, I don't know how many match points we threw, but I'm sure it'd be a statistic I'd look at it with dread. But there were signs throughout 6 Masters. It's more I think experience is one thing. Like, sure, LFO are pretty inexperienced, but I think by the end we had Campo is pretty inexperienced, like Novax is pretty inexperienced. Like, when I'm the most experienced player on a team, it's always, it's not looking good, boys. So, it was a good experience for everyone, and we just got to keep building off it.
Well, of course, despite you guys having a pretty rough season, there was a lot of support in the community for Kanga. What would you like to say for all the Kanga fans out there this evening?
Thanks for sticking around, boys. Love you all. I'm gonna shave now, guys. I'm gonna finally shave this beard off. So I'll see you later, eh? Peace out.
See you, Spruce. Have a fun shave.
Well.
Oh no.
Well, look, that's way for Spruce to end classic Spruce interviews.
I hope he actually shaves himself and he doesn't actually fake it. He better. Next time he's streaming, I better see a clean-shaven Spruce. Or I'm gonna be very disappointed.
I agree. Look, I like the sentiment that he approached there about the experience of Campo and Nuvaix, which is actually something we didn't really talk about much, in that they were new players to this roster, but they were also new to this level, just like LFO were as a whole team. And that does count for something, and Campo is a great sign of some of the prowess that they can have. He had a huge cafe. He fully enabled them to be able to get that win. And let's not overshadow Nuvaix either. He's had a fantastic debut last couple of weeks.
Well, me and Raven, we need to go shave. So you guys can have a quick break and we'll be back for the next series. We'll see you soon.
Target located.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right
now. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million
G'day folks and welcome back for the second series of this evening here for Six Masters 2020. I'm Guz and Raven is joining me once again. Let's talk about that first series for a second, Raven. Kanga, they finally got their very first win in Six Masters against LFO.
They did, and Lux Bruce couldn't have been happier, I'd say. He finally gets to shave, which we saw the start of. Thankfully not the end of. But look, I'm stoked for them to have gotten that win. And look, LFO can still make playoffs, we think, but it's really going to be tough for them. And we're going to come down to Thursday.
Now it's time. The big series tonight. It's Elevate taking on Okami. Elevate have had such a rough end to this season, Raven, and if they falter again tonight, they're done.
Yeah, boy, if you thought the stakes in that first series were tough, the heat is rising on this one because, again, Elevate are in the same position as LFO in that they need to be perfect. They need to win both of these maps tonight, and then Okami have Wildcard coming up on Thursday. And if they lose both of those, Elevate's in, I believe. It's something to that extent. The stakes are really hot for this one.
Well, we have the lineup ready. Let's have a look at how these teams are shaping up for this evening. First up, of course, it will be that Elevate roster. And as we mentioned, they've been through some pretty rough recent form.
They have. They really had some struggles against opponents that you just wouldn't have really expected them to. I mean, they dropped both maps to the Knights, which is quite astounding considering they quite strongly beat the Knights in Pro League Season 11 when they were under the Homeless banner. But they've also lost maps to LFO, Ferox, double to Wildcard last week. It's been tough for them, and it's really do or die now. They have to come out of the slump if they want to be making playoffs.
And again, it's going to be a hard slump to come out of. Their opponent this evening is Okami, and they themselves have been in pretty consistent, pretty good form for the entirety of this season. And if they continue this tonight, then Elevate could go home empty-handed and not make the playoffs.
Yeah, and Okami are not without their own inconsistencies. They have also dropped maps to some opponents that you would expect them not to drop maps to. LFO being a standout one there. That was a 7-8 overtime though, so really narrowest of margins. But losing maps to Sinister, Ferox, even Knights as well, Okami lost a map to. So somewhat in the same boat as Elevate, but maybe not quite as dim. They are also fighting for their chance to stay in top 4.
Yeah, Okami heading into tonight are third, so they are in the top 4 and they're trying to hold on to that position. Keep in mind as well that Okami are one of the teams that is not only playing tonight, but also playing Thursday night. So this is not their last series for the season. They want to be winning 2 maps tonight and 2 maps later in the week to give themselves the best chance at making that top 4.
And tough way to do it. They've got Elevate tonight, and then that match on Thursday is against Wildcard. So it's not easy for them. It's not easy for any of these teams, to be quite frank. But it starts tonight, and that's why this series is going to be such a barn burner.
Well, of course, it's a best of 2 series. Each team gets 2 bans and 2 picks. Let's see the bans and see where we won't be heading for this series. It will be Border taken out by Okami and then Clubhouse by Elevate.
Border being a highly played map by Elevate, showing that it's one of their stronger maps, but not without weaknesses. They did lose it to Sinister, but Clubhouse, their ban has always been their weakness for Six Masters. It's really much just been the insta-ban for Elevate going forward. So nothing too surprising there. Not that it's a great map for Okami either, but I think that's just more Elevate not wanting to play Club.
Well, both these teams have a pretty varied map pool. Let's see where they'll be heading tonight. One pick each. Once again, Consulate for Okami, and then we'll be heading back to Coastline again this evening. That'll be Elevate's pick.
Consulate is a surprising pick for me. It's a pretty good map for Okami. It's a mixed results map for Elevate. They've had some good wins on it. They beat LFO 7-0, Kanga 7-2. I don't know whether you can really call that a big win, but regardless, they've had some victories on Consulate. So it's not like that's a massive weakness there for Elevate. And then the Coastline one, I actually haven't seen Elevate play at all, in fact, in Six Masters. So that could be a little bit of a surprise up their sleeve kind of pick.
Yeah, that definitely raises a bit of a question mark. Okami won't have anything recent to go off. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Teams, of course, can look back at previous matches, gain some intel on how their opponent is going to approach the match. And, I mean, they just don't have that. It doesn't exist because they haven't played it, which could make things quite challenging when you're trying to approach that map, which is one that is really favor of aggressive playstyles. And without that sort of VOD review in place, can make things pretty tough.
Yeah, that being said, though, I kind of feel like based on playstyles, I would probably more favor Okami's playstyle, but I wouldn't put it past Elevate to have prepped hard for this and saved it for a reason.
Well, this should be a really close series. Let's have a look at the poll vote and see what you folks at home think. Elevate with a pretty convincing lead, and interestingly enough, only 8% for the draw.
Yeah, I think that just indicates that it's a real do or die series, and you think that both teams are really going to be going all out. Probably a lot of people are looking at seeing that the stakes are potentially higher for Elevate, given that they have to win both these maps, where Okami, even if they lose both of these, they've got another match on Thursday against Wildcard, and if they manage to get maps there, I believe they still do retain a top 4 spot. So yeah, the stakes are really putting pressure onto Elevate in this one. I think a lot of people are expecting them to be able to rise to the occasion.
And the thing to keep in mind is if you're an Elevate fan at home, even if they do actually win both of the maps tonight, take the 6 points, that doesn't actually 100% confirm their position in the playoffs. If the results go against them across the next 2 nights, they can still be knocked out. So again, like you mentioned, it's do or die. And at the end of the day, it may actually be out of their hands if they do make the top 4.
Yeah, and that's a really annoying and frustrating position to be in as a team. Knowing that your fate is in someone else's hands is just, it's not a great feeling.
Well, you know what is a great feeling? Jumping into the map, it's Consulate. Elevate taking on Okami. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be a really fun series. Both these teams battling it out for maximum points. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. A couple of players to look out for. I mean, we didn't really talk about the lineups too much, but Ippy is a real X-Factor player for Okami. And on top of that, Cutie's been having a really good season as well. So I think that's a key factor here for Elevators. Keep an eye on those players, try and shut them down, keep them out of the game.
Capitao, again, will see himself banned out tonight. Commonly used to cut off a lot of the rotates on this map and lines of sight. And we followed up onto an IQ. So we are going to go a match here in Six Masters without a Thatcher ban, which is always nice to see.
Oh, well, we saw Thatcher played on Coastline earlier tonight, so we get to see a little bit more action on here. A mute ban is a big one there from Elevate. Mute, very strong operator on Consulate. Some really great jam positions through that basement that go through in towards the first floor. So I like that ban, and the Valkyrie ban is also a great one on Consulate, denying intel outside of the building. Often Valk cameras going out, those black eyes, getting information on the windows, facilitating runouts. That is not something that we'll be able to see a lot of now with that Valkyrie being taken off.
Some may be looking at that ban phase and thinking it's a little bit peculiar. I mean, there's operators such as Maestro, Echo, Mirror making it through on the defense, and then on the attack, not a single hard breach taken out, Thatcher not taken out. So this will definitely shake up how this map plays out. Console and meeting will be the first side of choice here for Okami, who are starting on the defense. We have to elevate to try and flush them out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Into it, and nothing dramatic that I'm seeing here from the Okami lineup at least. They've got the Womega combo there to stop a lot of those projectiles and grenades. I expect Mangos is probably going to play around yellow stairs. We've seen him do that quite a lot of on Consulate before with Okami, and it really is the traditional spot to play as a smoke. That means Elevator are going to have to be good with the utility to be able to clear that out.
I think the one pick of the 10 that surprises me really, or is a little bit eye-opening, or has caught my eye. I can't think of the way to describe it, but it is Vast on the Ying, an operator that does provide quite a bit of utility. One that, despite being nerfed recently after being buffed, is still quite strong. And that's a really good counter to that Womega combo. I'm trying to clear some of that projectile denial.
And God Legion on Dokkaebi is also quite a surprising pick for me coming out of Elevate in their lineup. Never seen them play a massive amount of Dokkaebi before, and especially God Legion to play the Dokkaebi. I think in the past it was Vast or Red that actually played the Dokkaebi. So I'm curious how that's going to play out, and that really shows to me that Elevate have gone and looked at themselves and how they've been playing, and they've made some, I wouldn't say dramatic changes, but they've clearly made some changes here.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate, over the last few weeks at least, it has felt like round after round, they're switching up their roles quite dramatically, playing each other's operators, whereas you contrast that to, let's say, I don't know, Kanga earlier tonight on Coastline, right? They were playing basically the same people on the same operators round after round. And I mean, that comes down, I guess, to personal preference of the team and how the team's tracking, but I think it is interesting to flag the fact that Elevate are being so flexible with their picks.
And that can work two ways, and that also shows a bit of experience as well. The more experienced players and teams are more comfortable to flex around on operators. Wildcard is another good example of that, but it also can work against you. If you're changing things too much, not only are you potentially fixing things you're not good at, but you can also make things you're good at play out differently. So there is two sides to that coin, and we're going to get to see whether it actually is going to be one of those for Elevate or the other.
Well, I mean, we can start theorizing. We know that the objective is going to be the top floor on Consulate. We saw the operators, assuming that those are being stuck again. What can we sort of expect in this round? Because what I'm envisioning, or what I thought we were going to see in that round, is Ying and maybe some of the other operators with flashbangs, for example, head to yellow stairs, try and flush that out really quickly and take out Mangoes. He's probably playing that key position, and then maybe use that as a foothold for the rest of the site, which could have been interesting because just prior to that rehost, we saw a heavy hold in admin, which is the complete other side of the map from the defenders. So that could have been pretty interesting if that played out.
And this could also come down to something that we talked about in the first series in terms of counter-stratting and VOD watching. That was something that Elevate were trying to do most recently on Consulate, which was against Wildcard. They were doing admin pushes, but in the past, they've actually done mostly CO and yellow stairs pushes. So I feel like they could really easily read, hey, there's a lot of heavy presence in admin, let's rotate. And depending how quickly that happens, they might be able to cut off Okami and make use of that really effectively. So there's a couple of things that could be in play just this first round here that I'm really keen to see play out.
And I guess that really plays into how the entire map and the entire series will play. How adaptive and reactive are these teams going to be? Because there might be a scenario where the attackers go, oh yeah, we'll still try and push this, like we'll be fine, and then get stomped, as opposed to, you know, having that proactive mindset and reacting more on the fly. And that's a play style I think that has been pretty beneficial for a lot of teams this season. It feels like some of the teams that are a little bit less reactive on the fly do fall back a bit. Again, I don't want to Kanga bash too much here, but we did see again on Coastline, like on the attacks, they brought the same operators time and time again, and it just didn't work. Whereas on other occasions, in other maps, other teams, where they've been switching it up, it has been throwing off their opponents a little bit more.
Yeah, and there's just so many things that are at play in Rainbow Six Siege in general with how that works. You can adapt so many different ways, where it's the way you play, it's just a simple change where the position of one person, or yeah, it could be as dramatic as changing your operator lineup. But even if you change your operator lineup, if you play it out the same or differently, that could also be the wrong decision. So it's just so many layers of decision making and adaptation. It's not easy for teams, and that's where just experience and synergy is where the great teams rise to the top, because they're just reading situations better, reacting quicker and maybe with more accuracy, and that's where it gets hard for these teams that are struggling to be able to recounter that.
I think it's a fair point to bring up that being adaptive isn't easy. When you think about it, the amount of time that the teams have from when a round concludes and when the next round starts, for us it might feel a little bit long, but for the teams, that selection phase and the 6-pick phase is really, really short, super short. They hardly have any time. They don't have a minute to talk about the last round and completely analyze it. They've got to be really quick, think on their feet. And as you mentioned, that's sort of where the cream rises to the top, right? If you're a team that has that synergy to quickly know what went wrong and you can quickly make those changes in the sort of 10-15 second pick phase that you have, then you'll come out on top. Whereas if you get a bit stale, you get a little bit overwhelmed during that phase and don't make the changes, then you're going to struggle.
Yeah, and something you alluded to, which I don't think you really fully grasp sometimes as a viewer until you play competitive, is a 15-second operator pick time is so short. Like, if you have a shadow of doubt or a slither of doubt of what operators to bring, that timer will just disappear. And that can really change your whole round. If you're not prepared enough going into the round, and maybe you've got the wrong operators, that could be that round over already. So you're right, an emphasis on being prepared and having quick decision making is a really difficult skill. And even the good teams, or a lot of good teams that you see play, it's still something that they can struggle with.
And I guess, like everything, when the stakes are higher, like they are tonight, for example, it becomes even harder. That sort of pressure can cloud your judgment, make you feel a little bit nervous, and you might not be as confident in your decisions outside of even the pick phase. That flows onto every aspect of Siege. Of course, incredibly complex, but with these stakes being as high as they are, that pressure, the more it mounts, the more mistakes will arise out of these teams, rather, that aren't well equipped. I mean, LFO, for example, earlier tonight, that pressure started to rise and it did appear like they crumbled. And this matchup, the stakes are ramped up even higher. If Elevate start on the back foot, that's going to be really, really rough for them to sort of get over that mental hurdle.
Yeah, pressure is really the key word of this entire week. And these series that we're seeing play out, it's all about who manages the pressure the best. Elevate have always had a lot of pressure on them. They've always been this team that's competing at top 4 level. Pro League Season 11, they finally managed to get second place, only to Fnatic by a few points. And that was where they really showed that they can handle the high pressure at that end. We haven't seen it as much in Six Masters, but they need to bring it out right now in this series.
Of course, keep in mind, heading into this season, Elevate were the first seed. Of course, they finished second in Pro League Season 11. Fnatic, who finished first, elected not to enter Six Masters, meaning Elevate were the first seed. So mathematically or logically, you'd go, oh yeah, they'll finish first, right? But no, they are currently not first. In fact, they're not even in the top 4. So this is do or die for them.
5 seconds left.
They want to make the playoffs.
Here's seeing pretty similar setup here from Okami. It's top floor. First round. See what they do here. Doesn't look like as much presence as we thought. Oh no, there is 2 players in admin, in fact. So look, I really just don't think Elevate are going to push that. And nobody spawned there. Gold Legion's running over to the west side here. So I think they've read into that and they just think that's going to be too tough. Let's not push into that.
5 Elevate members outside of the yellow stair, so it looks like they are committing to that push. Of course, I'll need to flush out Mangoes, who's playing at the top there. Likely has Vega ADS devices and were mine magnets covering him from any projectiles, such as grenades that could take him out. Elevate playing it patiently and trying to time this. That Mangoes doesn't get away. In fact, is there anything holding that? I don't think there is.
I believe they used a role-placed EMP to clear those.
Cool. I was caught sleeping. Sorry, that rehost, man. Rehost, oh, I love it.
It happens.
Oh,
Well,
Mango's almost got caught
standing.
sleeping. Jesus,
Yeah,
that was close.
right in front of the window. What is he doing?
Oh, well, he gets away with that, and we'll use his second gas grenade. Elevate really struggling to clear him out. They should be clearing that position by now. God Legion will be met at a player at the bottom of Spiral in a second. Will he peek the angle? Oh, he just wins that gunfight. Ippy style, you'd back him to win that on most occasions, but God Legion does get on top of that one.
I want to talk about slumps. I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure on a certain player here, but God Legion hasn't had the kind of season that we would expect from him. I mean, Pro League Season 11 and previous Pro League seasons, he has just been gunning, and he's been one of the most formidable fraggers in ANZ, but so far in Six Masters, we haven't seen that much from him. Vars stepping up here as well, giving Elevate a great man advantage here. With about a minute to go, means they're pretty well set up on this attack.
Fast has one Candela left, and he can use to try and flush out this position. He's waiting patiently to time it with the rest of his team, and he will throw it out. The call surely follows to get aggressive, and he does. Play behind the shield, likely blind, won't see him cross, and he will get the kill, so it's a 5-on-2. Cutie and Jack Dad left to try and clutch this one up. Fast still has a goose stuck in him, so he can't sprint. We'll eventually take that out. I mean, this is still a winnable position for Akami. They have pretty strong lines of sight, into sight, and talking about lines of sight, Cutie gets 2. Jack Daddy as well gets 1, and now it's a 2-on-2. Cutie almost finds another, but will be taken down. Vast gets aggressive and will find the picks. Elevate just narrowly take the first round. Definitely not convincing, but hey, they do get that round win on the board.
And I think in the end, I mean, every round's important, but I think considering how that was almost thrown from a 5v2, oh boy, it was important that Elevate secured that round, because they do not want to be starting on the back foot of the mindset. And to have thrown a 5v2 would have been quite detrimental, I'd have to say. So great job for them to hold on to it. And it was a good first 2 minutes of that attack. They were all over Akami on the initial approach phase.
That would have been very, very demoralizing if Elevate did lose it. The edge out on top to start their campaign this evening. I'm going to see Mirror in play, of course. She made it through the ban phase. Mango's picking her for below. There's a lot you can do with Mirror here. Some teams will opt to play her below and create lines of sight. Some will play her aggressively in the bathroom above. Very intrigued to see how they try and set this up, and it looks like a lot of utility will be expended on this first floor.
Seen a lot of Cutie, I think, normally playing in the public bathroom position, but maybe they've made some changes here. I'd say it's less likely that he's going to play this as the Mozzie, but I don't know, I could be wrong with that. Some interesting strats coming out from Okami, looking a little different to what I'd seen from them previously. Mango is going to be playing a great little mirror here in public, an angle in towards the lobby. Something an Elevator going to have to think about on this clear.
Second mirror will be placed on the cafeteria wall that's facing in towards checkers between the black and white cars, or the white van and the black car if you want to be very pedantic. Goyo shield placed as well on the default plant position in front of that white van. So no shortage of utility to clear here for Elevate. And that's not really something they dealt a whole lot with in the last round, so it will pose a new challenge.
3 Elevate players stacked up on the east side, so probably going to take admin, clear across, get that vertical control. Burka playing down an archive, so he's going to be getting a lot of intel here for his team and relaying that back. This is very traditional Elevate to be doing this vertical clear. No one really in their way though on this top floor, so hopefully they don't waste too much time there, otherwise they will be up against it later in the rounds. Really at the moment, the only ones lurking middle floor looks like it's Cutie. And that's it.
Joker still using his heartbeat sensor down in towards archives, but there's no one from Elevate near that position. Elevate taking their time in gathering control off-site here, but they still are yet to really pinch in towards bathroom. Cutie is Is that into Piano? I think it is. Cutie, you are a mad lad, and it could well get him a kill onto Worthy. Surely not. It'd be absolutely disgusting. He gets some shots out. Worthy tagged up. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but Cutie is definitely being a nuisance at the moment.
That is a neat little angle, and honestly, I'm not sure I've actually seen that before. Oh, that frag grenade. Oh, could have been the end of Cutie, but that ADS catching it. And they're really pushing onto this position here, and he is going to get flushed out finally by the follow-up. Does give Elevate man advantage, and now they can really put a lot of control in through Piano. C4 missing the mark as well means Digital's going to be able to open the wall while Worthy continues with vertical control. 30 seconds to go now, Guz. 4 versus 4.
Lisa will find his first pick of the map. Of course, one of the dangerous players on this roster. Keep an eye on him late round. Worthy is above trying to flush out some of these positions as Elevate prepare for an execute. There's only 15 seconds left, and this could be a bit of a challenge. A smoke grenade goes out. Digital follows to plant behind the white van. In fact, it's gone pretty deep here, and they'll have the whites peek him. I've lost my words. Ippy gets the whites, and it's a 2-on-2. God Legion now left in a 1-on-2. But Akami will protect those bombs, and yeah, I definitely lost my words. There was so much going on. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that was terrible. I apologize.
There was a lot going on at the end of that round. Something that Elevate could have done as they ran through is just shot that shield on Yellow Stairs. The Goyo shield. It was facing towards where they were planting. So if they popped that, they wouldn't have had to worry about the Pulse trying to retake while that plant went down. Could have changed everything. Maybe in the frenzy, didn't realize that was possible. Now it's 1-1, Guz. Looking like it might be a close match.
Definitely looking that way. Of course, these teams heading into the start of the season, you would have thought they'd be quite evenly matched.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
Current standing is not 100% reflective of that, but in saying that they are still quite
Attackers
close.
located a bomb.
I mean, Akami a third and Elevate in 6th, and they're trailing by 2 map wins. Still backing this to be quite a close encounter between these two.
Haven't seen Okami go back to that top floor yet either, so they're just going through their regular cycle of sites here. Seem like they're going to be holding on to meeting for vertical control in through to lobby. So I'm sure that's where Elevate's going to be focusing a lot more of their efforts, is clearing out this top floor through meeting, clearing CO before they get a chance to plant. And that's actually something they struggled a lot with against Wildcard.
Worthy has the diffuser in hand. He's outside the main door alongside Red. That's a very early EMP. Maybe trying to clear some sort of projectile denial like an ADS. Worthy does cook a grenade. Might throw it all the way in towards Mango's position. Doesn't really hit the mark. Elevate will now try and get control from above. It looks like they'll will sweep from the eastern side of the map. Of course, that's admin office. And they'll be met by some members from Akami who are playing down towards the west on the other side of the map.
3 of them in admin here, so they are really going to be focusing on taking this meeting. At least putting a lot of pressure on it to clear it out. Red is now propelled up and towards the balcony as well. This will be the do and die section of the round here to Elevate. Akami haven't held onto that though. I believe it was Cutie playing around there. He's ended up rotating all the way through Spiral. Ippy is still up here in CO as the Doc, and he's got backup from Joker as well, holding onto Connector. There is still 2 players holding presence for Akami, but meeting at least itself is clear for Elevate to take.
Cutie has been downed at Spiral. Pickup looking unlikely at this stage of the round, as God Legion will use the first of his Lockerbie phone calls. Fast will eventually secure that frag. Fast has been downed in the meantime, but this pickup is looking a little bit more likely. There is a player, I think, maybe somewhere near benches or bathroom, patiently where he holds the angle and will wait for Vast to crawl around the corner. Probably a wise decision in the end, and now Elevate will find themselves with the man advantage 5-4.
Yeah, good patience from Jack Daddy there on the Legion, not getting a little too overzealous to try and finish off the kill there. Gonna get droned out. Still holding a pretty strong position, backed up by Ipistar in this hallway. But Elevate do have control of lobby, and now a solid man advantage in by a two-man, sorry. With 30 seconds to go as well, this plan is going down, Guz.
So Digital will stick it inside of lobby. Red will find a pick, and it's now a 2v4 post plant for Okami, Ipistar and Jackdad. It's looking very unlikely that Diffuser planted down near the main door, and Elevate surely can just stand outside and wait for the sound cue. Vertical control has been gathered, and surely this is unwinnable. It's a nice pick from Ipistar, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He jumps out the window. He knows that he's not going to be able to win the round, and I mean, this has been a pretty solid start from Elevate, right? They're going to be 2-1 up. Not letting this one slip away, and it's been a pretty solid start.
I totally agree with that sentiment. I think the way that Elevate's been playing has been good Siege. They aren't doing anything desperate or over-aggressive, and a lot of their teamwork and cohesion feels more on point this week than we've seen over the last couple of weeks especially. So I think good signs early, but early is the key word there. It's only 2-1, 3 rounds have played. There's a big night ahead of them. They've still got to finish off this map. They've still got another map ahead of them.
I mean, it definitely could be a big night, of course. These matches.
Amaru?
Yeah. We'll talk about that in a sec. What I was going to say is...
Yeah, sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. What I was going to say is, of course, being a best of 2 format, and there's no overtime, meaning that these nights for these players can go on for quite an extended period, and if they've, you know, been scrimming before this, or aim training, whatever the case may be, these nights can turn pretty long. And it really turns to who can stay concentrated the longest. Of course, Amaru was picked during all that. And you can take that away, Raven. I'm sure you're dying to tell me all about how useful Amaru is going to be here.
Oh, quite the opposite, in fact. But no, I'm really excited to see what Vast has in store for us. On top of the fact he's actually been in quite good form in this match. I mean, he's 6-1 right now, personally. But Amaru is not something we've seen picked a lot of at all in ANZ. And I mean, even globally, the only one that stands out in my mind is I've seen Corey from Rogue pick Amaru. And I'm pretty sure he justified that as mainly just because he wanted to also bring the G8, because their IQ is bringing that. So I'm not sure exactly what Elevate might have here, whether there's a neat little strat or whether Fast is doing the same rationale. We're going to get to see that.
I mean, of course, in the upcoming update, Amaru is going to be getting a pretty significant buff. You could definitely see her becoming a part of some of these rush strategies or more aggressive playstyles. We'll have to wait and see when that comes out and when Amaru will be a little bit more viable. I mean, maybe Vast will prove here that Amaru doesn't need a buff if he pops off. We'll have to wait and see.
I'm feeling like what they're doing here.
He's going to go up the hatch.
Is, you think up the hatch?
No. Yeah,
I think either way, it's about quick entry to the plant, because one of the big things about attacking CO is that you just end up spending what feels like an eternity on those windows, and that is such a vulnerability. But now, look at this. Planter is on site straight away, and he's planting us. This is going to work. I feel like this is going to work. They have the cover. I'm so excited this is working out.
Oh my goodness, the plant goes down. Now it's a 2-on-5 post plant. Actually, make that a 1-on-5 cutie. Left to clutch it up as Joker's down, and Elevate will take a flawless round off the back of one of the craziest Amaru plays I have ever seen in competitive. That is absolutely insane. Props to Elevate. I can't believe that worked out, but yeah, it was perfect. That's crazy.
I love it. That was great. That was definitely my favorite round that we've seen tonight so far. I'm just like, the way it worked was perfect. Like, actually was such a good use of Amaru. And the point that I was making before it all went down is, yeah, when you take a CO push, it's one thing to clear out yellow. You've got to clear out private, connector, have long control, just so you can repel in those windows. And that takes so much time. You can't take that lightly. If you repel in too early, if you've got diffuser, well then it's going to get dropped and it's hard to recover. But this way, all they had to do was get control of downstairs, piano, public, and the bottom of yellow, and they just had to cover his planting situation. It was beautifully executed. I love it.
Big brain for sure. That was wow. I don't think they're going to be able to try it again because it's probably going to be on Okami's radar, but it did give them a nice healthy lead, 3-1 in fact, and bit of a demoralizing round there for Okami, who I assume know what happened. I think they did have a player, I think it was Mangoes, right, on yellow stairs, and he almost white peeked it, but was shut down, I think, in the end.
5 seconds left.
So Okami probably aware of how they lost that round, and probably not feeling great about that. Ah, well, I'll move on. It is their map pick, so they'll be okay.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be. But that was such a good point too. Like, it's not just how entertaining and cool that round was. That is a little demoralizing for Okami because it was a flawless round on top of the fact that it was a cheeky little strat that worked. So that can really play into mindset. We'll have to move on. They get to play Garage again, which was their only successful round. I think this is where we're going to get to see whether Elevate have been working well with their adaptations and what they can change up to win it this time.
Definitely been a fascinating start to this map thus far.
Surveying for hostiles.
Intrigued to see where we'll head for the rest of it. Of course, if you are just joining us, Elevate are on the brink of not making the top 4 and not making the playoffs here for Six Masters. They need to win both of these maps this evening to stand a chance. A 1-1 draw will not cut it. 2-0 loss will not cut it. They need to win both of them. And so far, it's looking all right. They're definitely looking a lot stronger than they have in recent form. They just need to try and carry that on. Last almost getting that early pick, but Cutie will scathe away, and that's half the round gone, Raven.
Style lurking here though, he's going to catch Worthy, but he's not actually. Worthy gets the gunfight. I thought for sure Worthy was looking at the ground, but that worked out beautifully. I think Red caught it on a drone. Great teamwork again from Elevate. And that's, I think, the biggest key here for me that I've seen in these 4 rounds is that Elevate's teamwork looks like it is just so much more switched on than it has been in about 3 weeks.
Under a minute left now, 5v4 in favor of Elevate. Digital is opening the garage. It's actually a player very close on the other side of that breach. The Exopidemic charge will detonate. And that's Jack Daddy caught in a very vulnerable position from above and the breach. Surely Jack Daddy gets shut down here. If he goes big, that'll be massive for his team, but he is eventually taken off the board. Red with that long angle gets the kill, and now Elevate should be able to convert.
He's got something else to say about it. Digital is getting the plant down, so Elevate are going to be in a post-plant situation. It is stuck. And again, one of the most difficult post-plant recoveries is on this site. God Legion still on top of Spiral. Means that the retake is all up to Cutie. He's got 4 to find to save this round for Okami, but he's not going to do it. Elevate get round number 5. Guz, that's 3 in a row, and they are up 4-1.
A great start here for Elevate, and as I mentioned earlier, they need it. No room for error this late in the season. And this is looking like a much fresher Elevate to what we've seen previously. You mentioned this earlier, their teamwork and their synergy. Just looking like it's clicking a bit better than it has in the past few play days where they've struggled. I mean, they've lost both maps to Wildcard, both maps to the Knights as well. So it's looking like a turn of fortune at the moment. What? No. What?
I was just waiting to say. I felt like I just saw 4 Okami players get autoed. So
what?
I don't know. Let's see what this sticks.
Apparently, top 4 is where all the pocket strats get tested. Apparently. Oh no.
Yuppie style on the Tachanka. Let's see what he does with this when he was an actual strat here or whether this was just an unfortunate mistake. We'll wait and see. But yeah, look, Elevate. Let's finish off or tie up that point there. They have been looking so much fresher, like you said, and that teamwork is looking more on point. So this is putting the pressure back onto Akami. We talked about it coming in, that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Elevate, given the stakes, on top of the fact of their expectations coming into Six Masters' first seed. But now it's Okami being the one in top 4. They're down in round count, and they need to be winning at least one of these maps.
Yeah, exactly. Their top 4 position is by no means secured. I mean, yes, they're in the top 4 now, but with results still pending for the rest of the week, their position is not guaranteed. Keep in mind that Okami will be playing later in the week. Of course, this is Super Week due to the reschedule, and that means they'll be playing Thursday night against Wildcard. But I mean, Wildcard are first, and they are looking really strong and hard to beat at the moment. So if there's any position at this stage in the season where Okami have a good opportunity to get points, it is here against Elevate. But so far, their map pick is not really proving that. What is it? What is it? I can't. You can commentate. I don't know what to say. It's all yours, bro. Explain this. Analyze these positions for me, please.
I mean, I'm still not sure whether this was intentional or not. I like the sentiment though. I mean, that's a great angle to be holding as a Tachanka, but it's also pretty easy to shut down. Like, there's a couple of angles that he could easily get shot from there, and yeah, we'll see whether it works. God Legion is on fire with this Dokkaebi. Maybe this has really been his calling. It's a 5 versus 2, guys. It's only been a minute. Elevate have entered admin. They've taken 3 with them. One of the remaining is Ipistyle here, just sitting on his turret. So it's got to have a big impact.
Look, the round's not over till Tachanka is dead. Let's be honest. Ipistyle has a pretty strong primary. The 9x is still pretty damn good. And he has a 3 armor, so he can take a little bit more punishment. He's going to get aggressive over towards the meeting room door, and no, he'll be deleted. And Mango is now left in a 1-on-5. This round has just been interesting, is the best way to describe it, isn't it? There we go. Okami will be shut down. Elevate with a flawless round, and I really don't know what just happened. Okami, please explain those picks for me, because I'm very lost.
Yeah, that was that's one for the interview, that's for sure. But hey, Elevate 5-1 half, guys, on Okami's map pick. They are coming out full steam ahead here, which is exactly what they needed to do. And you have to start questioning, I guess, the mindset of Okami, because they're 2 rounds away from losing the map. 1 round loss means they have to force overtime. So they're really in the sink here.
Elevate 1 round away from match point as they try and seal the deal here on Okami's map pick.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So far so good for Elevate, and I mean, looking like the first seeded team at the moment. They're looking strong. It's a real shame for them that the rest of the season fell apart a little bit at the end, and they found themselves in this compromised position. Again, not all hope is lost, but the chances of them making the playoffs are super thin and non-existent if they drop a map this season.
10 seconds remaining.
It was actually the defense half, I believe, that Elevate struggled more so on against Wildcard. So this is another checkpoint you could say in terms of how they've been able to bounce back and what they've adapted with. What a way to do it, because I mean, if they win this round, they will be on match point. Top floor. Not a dramatic hold here. I mean, Vast is the only one putting pressure in admin. Worthy all the way down on the ground floor. He's going to get some intel as that pulse. See how Okami try and attack this. They're pretty spread out at the moment, but it looks like they're leaning towards more of an admin push.
An admin take here for Okami. Vast is there to contest, Red to support. Worthy, as you mentioned, is below and will be able to feed some information. These players repelling will be in range of that heartbeat sensor, but in saying that, Worthy has now rotated up spiral and may try and aggress over towards Visa talk about aggressing, God Legion will be shut down by Joker, and that's a bit of a shame because God Legion has had quite a good map so far.
Yeah, and I was putting some pressure on him at the start, saying that he hasn't really shown up for Elevate that much in Six Masters. So far, he has helped a lot. Vast is under a tremendous amount of pressure in admin here, though. He just needs to be able to hold out as long as possible. He's essentially stuck. So his teammates need to be able to help him out of this corner. He somehow eats that grenade, only losing about 5 or 10 HP. That means Okami are going to have to continuously drone him out, use utility. At this stage, even if he dies, he's wasted half the round and so much utility here.
Okami really need to just bait someone with the repel or do something, but Worthy will get a pick. Itby Style has just been sent to heaven. Insane pick from him, and now they are pressuring him. They have repelled in. C4 goes out fast, finally taken down. The C4 doesn't find its target. Now Elevate are left in a 3-on-3 as Cootie actually was down, but he will be picked up.
But just under a minute to go means that Okami really have the hardest part of this push ahead of them, and that's actually working site. So they're able to get a plant down. Diffuser's outside. Hasn't been picked up by anybody yet, so they're not leaving themselves much of time or opportunity here to be able to get it done. Mango does collect. Like he's heading towards the balcony, so still looking to take meeting, but there is a smoke in there. I'm not sure Digital's even used any of his gas grenades.
Don't know how Jack Daddy won that, but he did. Elevate left in a 2-on-4, but I mean, they still could win it. Not much time, a lot of utility. Oh, that's not great though. Digital is left all alone. He gets the first pick and he gets the second onto Joker. 15 seconds on the board that he needs to hold out. His position should be known to the attackers. The plant could potentially go down, but maybe they're going to try and frag it. No, they think better of it and will back out towards B. Cutie's low on HP. If Digital quick picks this, might be able to net the kill. Or Cutie actually falls off the position. That's very, very risky. He could well win the round, but the refrag is there from Okami. Mangoes with the final pick will secure the round.
It's a good effort from Digital there in the end. And look, it was a good attack as well from Okami, albeit I was a bit worried for them. They weren't leaving themselves much time. They just managed to find those picks to make it that touch more comfortable. They start to fight back. They've still got a 3-round deficit ahead of them here. Elevate are going to rotate onto Garage and not reattempt that just yet.
Another speed bump for Elevate to get over. Only lost the 1 round in the first half and 1 so far in the second. So if form continues, they will be able to bounce back.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
I think the most surprising thing from me so far in this map is simply the fact that it is Okami's pick. I mean, it definitely doesn't feel like Elevate are uncomfortable at all. In fact, it appears more so as if Okami are feeling a little bit uneasy in the way that Elevate are controlling the map for the most part. And it's up to Elevate to really try to put that pressure back on Okami once again.
And we'll see what Elevate do for their hold. They've actually reinforced the public bathroom hatch. So that means they're not probably
5 seconds left.
playing as hard in public bathroom as you would see some other teams, because what you do is you leave the hatch open. So it's the safe rotate out once that pressure's on. Maybe they're going to be extending their roam to the top floor, and maybe they'll be doing a turtle strat.
Could well be the case. In fact, Red is maybe even looking like he's going to be bandit tricking the wall, and I mean, that's something you don't see a whole lot of anymore in comp. There's a lot of counters to that. Seems like Red is actually just pre-placed and will leave them on the wall. One on the left hasn't been electrified though. I mean, so far, Okami not really putting any pressure on the garage. Mangoes has spawned there, so may go for it late, but Worthy could be in a position to peek that if he is a little bit overzealous. Really not a whole lot happening a minute into the round, and Okami need to start gathering some more control closer towards the site.
Yes, it has been an extended roam here. It was God Legion and Worthy playing on that top floor. Worthy is still there actually at the top of yellow. God Legion dropped down. Managed to take a couple of drones with him. Army are in pursuit now on top floor as Worthy's also dropped down. Jack Daddy waiting in public bathroom for God Legion takes him out. Worthy's going to try and maybe even retake that. No, he's going to go back to side. He could get caught, but not to be. Those shots not hitting the target. 4 versus 5. Half the round still to go here.
Again, Elevate finding themselves like they did in the last round at the man disadvantage. They have withered down quite a bit of time, but that last round proved that that may not be enough. Jack Daddy is above, trying to find a pick, or at least holding the rotate behind White Van. There is in fact a player almost directly below him in Digital. Quite exposed. I think Digital is aware of that position. Jack Daddy crosses as Joker gets a red, and now Elevate are under the pump with a minute to go.
That rotate looks like it might have had some issues as well. C4 coming out, not hitting the target either. Wait, not having greatest luck with these C4s, and actually all of a sudden Okami have just fragged out. All up to Digital yet again, Guz. He's not going to find it though. LFO, Okami will take that round. They're 2 on the hot now, so this is maybe comeback looking.
Oh hey, Okami may not be called LFO, but they are technically LFO because they are looking for an organization. So if you're an org owner out there, pick them up because they're pretty good. And I mean, those last 2 rounds have been
calling them
pretty good.
I'll stop calling them LFO if they get picked up, so please do it.
The last couple of rounds from Elevate just crumbled, really. It's felt like they've been in decent positions to gather these rounds, and then out of nowhere, giving away pretty easy picks. And Army have really been excelling on those and closing out these rounds. A little bit dangerous for Elevate at the moment. Really be wanting to try and get on match point and try and put the pressure back on their opponents.
And that's the thing, pressure. We said it was the key word, and every round that Okami gets puts pressure back onto Elevate, and tenfold at that, because they shot out to that 5-1 lead. They would have been feeling fantastic, and now it's starting to build back up. And I think that's even harder to break momentum of. This is a pretty dangerous round, I think. If Okami get this one, that means they're only 1 round behind Elevate, and Elevate are that much closer to throwing that 5-1 lead.
Of course, like, Elevate don't want to throw the lead, and they also don't want to throw the map. If they lose, pretty much can't make the playoffs. They can't make the top 4. Should be devastating for them. They are the first seeded team heading into this. They finished 2nd in Pro League Season 11. They narrowly missed the Pro League Season 10 finals. They really want to make it, but unfortunately for them, the last couple of playdays haven't gone their way, and I mean, these last couple of rounds haven't either. It's really time for them to step up here and get this to match point.
And all teams face slumps at some stage, and you never get to choose when it hits, and it's unfortunate for them, it hit at a pretty critical point. Pretty high expectations on them, and starting to see more of what you would expect from Elevate, but God Legion is being really shut down so far on these defenses. Digital finally hits the C4 though, that evens it out. Jack Daddy off the board. Worthy trying to contest it long, not getting any refrag there, but now half the round delayed at least by this roam. Is that Okami now going to start putting pressure vertically? Elevate have to dig deep here and try and save this round.
Worthy going for a very risky run out. Doesn't find a pick over towards that south balk, and will now need to retreat towards yellow. He needs to be careful that there isn't a player waiting for him. Fortunately for him, there isn't, and he can actually just go all the way back where he was originally. So, no harm, no foul there for Worthy.
He has managed to actually retake up into private. He's wanting to get some picks here. Red gets tagged on the drop from CO. That means that Worthy is the only one left up in this vertical position. almost pre-fires into that position. Sees somebody at long, decides not to repeat that. He's still hanging around here. And that's going to be just pressure for Okami until they do manage to shut him down.
Oh, the wide peak will eventually take down Ippy Style, who is really struggling on these opening picks so far. Worthy gets a second onto Cutie. Can he find a third? He almost does, but will finally be taken down. Joker will be able to finish him off, leaving it in a 2-on-3. Elevate with the best chance to win a round on this second half, but Mangoes, he has something to say about it. Joker gets his triple, and again, Elevator letting these rounds slide. Digital left in yet another clutch, and he can't do it. Okami will take 3 rounds straight on the attack. And this is starting to crumble apart for Elevate.
It is, and I thought they were almost going to bring that round back, but Okami just digging deep and getting these picks when they matter. Yeah, it's Elevate now, up against the wall. That's 3 sites that they have lost. Console, Garage, Lobby. Now they're back here at Console. Have they figured out what they need to fix? Because it was a dramatic loss last time. I mean, Digital did bring it back to essentially a 1 versus 1. But I think he had to find at least 3 to get to that point. It was a 4 versus 1 when Plant went down. So definitely not going to be easy for them, that is for sure.
3 rounds straight for the attack. Okami really wanting to assert their dominance, try and somewhat solidify their position in the top 4, but of course in doing so, they'll subsequently knock out Elevate, who can't afford to drop a map. I mean, pressure, we keep talking about it, it keeps mounting. 3 rounds that, on face value, without being able to deeply analyze them or go back to watching them, on surface value, they look like throws. Most of those rounds, those last 3 rounds, looked pretty in favor of Elevate for the most part. And late round, it's starting to fall apart a little bit.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Giving off the vibes of the last few play days where it just hasn't quite gone their way.
5 seconds left.
Need to try and correct that late round game. And could well find
to locate a bomb and
Okami
defuse it.
on match point, which we definitely would not have expected.
And to be fair, Okami are pretty well known for a somewhat relentless attack style. I still remember when they took it to Fnatic in Pro League Season 11. Magnet said in the interview that just Okami's attacks were hard for them to handle. That's just always rung true, and it's been the same in Six Masters. So it really could just be that Elevate are just struggling to deal with that attack style. It's a little bit different to a lot of teams, but they have to adapt. They have to be able to win these rounds. I mean, they are by no means safe right now. 1 round will get them to overtime at least, so they get a chance to be back on the attack, but they shouldn't be relying on anything like that.
Does look like Okami is shaping for a yellow take. Basically meaning that Vice set up inside of Admin will be null and void. Those 2 ADS devices may not have a big impact on how this round plays out. That utility may have been better utilized over towards yellow, for example, which I'm sure Okami will be trying to flush out. Cutie is there ready to throw out a grenade. For my magnets being spent as Cutie will hook that grenade, the flash as well, but Digital does get away. They are wasting quite a bit of time. Halfway point of the round has now been eclipsed.
A really critical part of being a smoke player on this site is that you have to be able to delay the yellow stairs take and this private bathroom take as long as possible. If you can't burn off at least 2 minutes, then it starts to become too comfortable for the attack with that control. Digital gets tagged on the rotate through to yellow from that skylight. He's now expelled all his gas canisters. That means that Okami have their opening. He can't delay with his smoke canisters anymore. Actually, he has 1. My bad. So this is looking good for Elevate. I mean, they've still got 5 up here with still 50 seconds to go. There's a trade happening offside here, guys, but little time left.
So many of these rounds have looked good, but Elevate have fallen at that final hurdle. On this occasion, though, it is a 3-on-3. Red will give it now in favor of Okami. Jack Daddy left in a 1 versus 3 as Ippy Style has been dropped. 2 members from Elevate, Worthy and Red respectively, both very low on HP. Jack Daddy will take them out with a single bullet from his primary. He hears a play on the other side of this wall. Will pre-fire it. Doesn't quite find the pick. That his position has been revealed. Oh, he sees the gun to the right, but can't find the angle, and he gets aggressive. That's a shot onto Con.
10 seconds remaining.
Potentially winnable here. Surely Elevate can just play time. Jack Daddy frantically running around trying to find this pick. He knows there's a player to his right and won't be able to hit the shot. Elevate will finally win a defense, and they will head themselves to match point.
Well, that was a bit scary, guys, because I mean, 2 of those Elevate players were tagged pretty low. I mean, one of them was sneeze on and dead, so that definitely was possible for Jack Dad. Not to be, that's the against the green rounds that Elevate needed. So they can force overtime at least, but they've got a 2-round gap. They're on match point. It does stack some pressure back on the side of Okami, and now they're going to be playing lobby.
Lobby press room was attempted in Elevate's 3rd defense this half, and of course they did lose it. It was another close one where they faltered in the last 30 seconds, or that execute phase of the round. Question is, how will they change their setup? How will they change their playstyle to counter that late round aggression that Okami consistently is bringing to the table?
Key. Last time they held lobby, came down to a 2v1. Remember, it was Digital again, left in that final situation. It's fragged out in public. See how they can adjust here, and of course, you have to talk about adjustment in both directions. Okami have now seen their hold for lobby press. This is the 2nd time that they're defending it. So Okami themselves can make adjustments to make their attack a little bit more swift or a little cleaner.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Even trickier for Elevate moving forward. See how they can bounce back.
I think one thing to flag is Icky Style, currently only on the 6 frags, which I mean in comparison to the rest of his team, isn't the worst. But a player of his caliber and a player of his form so far in this season, you would be expecting him to step up a little bit more. Maybe just providing a little bit more aggression early round. He is quite formidable on the entry on most occasions, but it's been a little bit of a quieter night so far from him. Elevate doing a decent job in shutting him down so far, and if they can keep that up, they will only strengthen their chances of taking the map.
A lot of Okami's victories do come on the back of big matches from Epistyle, so it's usually one red flag for them if he's struggling. Not to say that the others can't frag out, but it just usually is a key indicator. Minute down here, and there's some good pressure around meeting now, and this is where this round could be won or lost. If Okami are able to take this quick succession, then there's a lot of pressure on Elevate to be able to hold out for the rest of the round.
God Legion in a key position here. Of course, they're still fighting above the objective if he's style. With a breaching charge, gets aggressive, trying to clear the table, but it actually will survive. God Legion droned out once again. Flash is running out and he avoids it. Manages to rotate down the hatch. So he will just be wasting more and more time.
Ooh, the bullet holes from Worthy. He decides not to hard hold that though, maybe thinking he got droned out or just not wanting to take the risk. They still have a lot of pressure here. It's not like meeting is going to be totally free for Okami to take. That shield at long really facilitates that. Some shots coming out from the balcony towards Worthy means he's not going to hang out near that connector wall too much longer. That's too dangerous. Okami are starting to really get the pressure onto Elevate. They still have so much control though, and that's what's critical. Okami are going to have to be able to get a plant down somewhere in lobby if they aren't able to take full vertical control. As Worthy gets downed though, that might be the opening they need.
Great shot from Cutie there on the balcony. Keep in mind, Mangoes has the diffuser in hand and he's all the way outside to the south. So they might be preparing for a lobby plant near the double doors. Vast and Red in a position to potentially cover that. Digital as well, still playing below, could gather intel. God Legion also at the basement. A lot of peculiar positions being held here by both teams as they try and convert the round.
And Mangoes is either just going to have to plant short or go deep, and go deep he does. He's pushing ball right up to the desk, but he gets shot from the connector stairs. Cutie manages to save him, but Fast has gone big here. He's going to have to hold and get some picks, but he doesn't. Cutie gets that one. Goes towards Diffuser. It's all up to Red to deny, but Jack Dad shuts him down. Okami bring it back, Guz. 1 round away from OT.
Once again, Elevate not being able to hold out that last 15 to 20 seconds, and Okami with their aggression will shut them down. This will be the final round of regulation. 2 results could ensure. 1, Elevate take the map 7-5, or we will head to overtime. It's definitely been a very close map so far. Elevate is going to re-attempt lobby. Again, what are they going to bring to the table to change it up? Because they've lost it twice now. And on both occasions, Okami have been pretty confident in that execute phase.
Yeah, quite a dramatic operator lineup change here. They were initially baiting what looked like a garage hold. They had the bandit there and the mirror. So Okami probably looked at that and thought they're going garage. But now they've 6 picked off the bandit to the vigil. So they didn't have that previously. Worthy was also playing castle. Vast didn't have the mirror. So this is a dramatic strategy change. See whether it works out here. There are some similarities though, that shield it long, so probably looking to hold that solid vertical control still.
Wonder where those mirrors are going to be placed from Vast. Will they be used above to
10 seconds left before
help find some picks? It looks like the first will. So that one's on the bathroom wall facing connector. So there's one in his pocket though.
All set. Attackers are moving.
Use that one a little bit closer to site. Wonder how Okami are going to try to counter this. Looks like it'll be another soft one. Same wall that we actually saw Okami themselves on their defense utilize when defending below.
Yeah, similarity there. Different strat slightly. We're going to come down to Okami's droning, how they read into this and how they try and adapt to it. Good intel again from Digital. He sees that Okami are heavily pushing admin side, as you do if you're trying to take across towards meeting. 4 players there. Everyone is over on printer window. Very one-dimensional at this stage, but QD is rotating probably to balcony to put that heavy pressure in towards meeting, which we saw them do in the previous round.
God Legion in a peculiar position inside of Towers. There's a fair chance he's going to be a struggle to drone out. On the topic of intel, Digital's continuing to play below on Pulse and knows exactly where Mangoes is. Of course, is the attacker holding the diffuser. Army very much taking their time, almost at the halfway point. Admin control has been gathered, but not much more outside of that.
I think they've identified that God Legion is playing Tellers, and they've surrounded his rotate out, but he hasn't moved just yet, which means that it's delayed a lot of their time, and now they have to just ignore it, because they're spending too long on it, and they haven't obtained this vertical control and meeting that they wanted, and also had around this stage in the previous round. So the bait's working well from God Legion. It's 5 versus 5 still as well, which works in favor of the defense.
Just over a minute left on the board. A mirror will be popped. That's the one on the bathroom wall. Worthy uses that cue to back down yellow stairs. If style could well find a pick or two below. There's one cafeteria, one to his bottom left. He can't find either just yet. Eventually will just find the head of Digital. This second player gets very aggressive. Vast manages to win that gunfight, and now it's a 4-on-4.
Nice little quick peek from Vast there. Maybe a little too aggressive from Red though. That's the smoke off the board. That's a lot of denial that now Okami don't have to deal with. 30 seconds. Mango's at the door, ready to run in and plant. He's just got wire in his way if he goes deep. God Legion gets Cutie, making it a 3 versus 3, guys. 20 seconds. This could come down to the wire.
A 2-on-3. Elevate at the man disadvantage, looking to try and close out this map. But Jack Daddy shuts down Worthy. And now Vast needs to hold a 1-on-3. He gets the C4 kill. That's the diffuser down, but Okami will immediately pick it back up once again. The question is, does he have vertical? He has the intel, but Joker's almost about to stick it. Will he get it in time? No! The diffuser will be stuck. 45 seconds on that counter diffuse time. Vast forced to drop the hatch. Very difficult position to retake, and the mirror will be used against the mirror herself, and we are going to overtime.
Oh, how close was Vast to getting that retake? I mean, if he'd probably just pulled out his Vector instead of the secondary shotgun after opening the hole, maybe in the nick of time he would have had that kill. Hindsight is 2020, but we've got overtime, guys, in what we've hyped up to be the biggest series of the night and could potentially be the biggest series of the week. Who knows what we're in store for, but right now it is really living up to expectations.
10 seconds.
Such a great C4 there from Vast, but yeah, maybe just needs to get back himself with the Vector in the end. Either way though, we are in overtime and we will see Okami now on the defense. Console meeting will be their first site of choice. They defended it quite a few times in that first half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Weren't the most successful. Let's put it that way. Elevate. We're 5-1 up at the end of the first half and have let this lead slip away. Pressure well and truly on Elevate's shoulders.
But they will have the 2 rounds of attack in overtime. So we're seeing 2 5-1 halves of attack here. 10 attack rounds won in the map. I mean that Elevate, in theory, based on these stats, have the advantage going into OT. See whether it actually plays out that way. And just looking at the scoreboard here, 3 Elevate players on double digits, Vast, Digital, and Worthy. We talked about God Legion having a good start. I don't think he's had a kill since then. We might have cast a curse in there, guys.
F's in the chat for God Legion. Maybe it's just the rest of his team have been so good that he's just been sitting back.
That's probably
vibing out. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is interesting. Mango's on Warden playing Yellow Stairs, a position that is frequently played, but not really frequented by a Warden. Typically, it's a smoke or maybe even a mute. Mango's does have the shotgun, I believe. So it's going to be quite fascinating, I guess, to see if he can hold this as effectively with that Warden.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably to counter... There's a clear utility dump that always happens on yellow. But usually it's frag grenades and bullets that's actually what ends the person playing there. So Warden doesn't really counter that. It will, though, if the Elevate strat is to flash and push, or smoke and push, which isn't likely. So we'll see whether it actually works out for him or not. Vast on this Montaigne is also a very peculiar pick. We haven't seen Elevate play much Montaigne at all. It's Vast, in fact, that's on it.
Mango's tries to get quite aggressive. Sees a Montaigne in front of him and thinks, well, there's not a whole lot I can do about this at the moment. Of course, because he's not playing smoke. Oh, Montaigne is being hit from somewhere as Jack Daddy finds red. Oh, that's some aggression from Vast. Mango's doesn't find the pick, though. Will try to get aggressive on him again as Gold Legion finds Jack Daddy, and this is a very awkward gunfight over towards Yellow Stairs. The victor of that could well take the round, but now Vast is being pinched below, and his strategy from Elevate is starting to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, it is just stalling them out a bit, and I mean, they aren't a team that seems to play with a lot of Montaigne. So maybe they don't feel as accustomed on how to approach attacks with one less person having a competent gun to hard push. Vast can push aggressively all he likes up here, but this Warden can just hold out. So someone needs to be able to take this pick. Vast trying his luck at RNG on the hip fire, but not going to work. That frag grenade will work though. Warden flies over the top of Montaigne. It's a beautiful refrag. 35 seconds to go. 3 versus 2 in favor of Elevate.
Have the man advantage, and Worthy will send out another nade, forcing that defender inside of bathroom. It's Joker, and he will be shut down, leaving it up to Ippy style. It's been a little bit of a quiet map for him so far this evening. Now he needs to find 3. That's the first. On to Worthy. Elevate need to try and get this plant down. They need to be very mindful that they don't get floor banged. Not sure if they have the intel. They might not. No intel gathers really on the side of Okami, and Ippy will need to try and gun them down. Digital goes for the plant, God Legion to cover. Makes his way through Spiral and finds the first. It's now a 1-on-1. Digital on the rappel. I wouldn't put it past Ippy to just jump out here and go for the frag. He basically is forced to. He's going to back himself, surely, as he waits. He goes for the jump out. Will he hit the shot? He does. And now he needs to make his way up yellow and get the counter defuse. He sees the Claymore, and surely this round will be his. He's going to run up these stairs as fast as he possibly can. He needs 7 seconds to counter defuse the bomb, and Raven, he's going to do it. Ippy comes up clutch there for Okami, and they will have the lead for the rest of overtime.
Gave himself about 5 seconds to spare there. Unfortunate for Elevate, but really well played by him to take the jump out. That puts Okami on match point. That's not something that we've seen at all on this map. And now all that pressure onto Elevate, they have to hold their defense, which they only did once successfully on their defense half.
That was such a good play from Ippy at the end there. I criticized him for maybe being a little bit quiet tonight, but he stepped up when it counted, found all 3, and they were all great picks. That wide swing there onto God Legion was deadly, and then that composure on the final kill was fantastic. Really what Okami needed. And as you mentioned, they are on match point for the first time, and I don't think Elevate have been under this much pressure for the entire season. They are 1 round away from not making the playoffs. They were the first seeded team heading into this tournament. And if they lose this map, all of the season's hard work will go down the drain.
Just winding it back to Ippy as well. I just loved that before his jump out, it was almost like you could visually see. He just paused, took a breath, composed himself, and then just backed it. And I think that's really cool to see. So take note about how to clutch around. As you said, it's a solid point as well, guys, about that this is 100% the most pressure Elevate have been and probably will ever be under in Six Masters 2020. This round is potentially their season.
Of course, if they win the round, we'll go all the way to the final round of overtime. But the trend was that it would be attacker-sided. If Okami do follow that trend that was established in regulation, then Elevate will be sent home packing. Incredibly high stakes for Elevate, none of them wanting to give away this first pick. Don't want to try and give Okami any sort of confidence heading into this round.
Yeah, they really need to keep all their players up because that's really what's come back against them. It's putting so much pressure on the final players. Digital in particular has been the poor player that's had to just deal with the immense amount of pressure from Okami's attacks in the later stages of the round. Need these fraggers, these roamers to be able to step up. Vast has already been tagged up pretty heavy in engagement in that first minute.
Both teams playing quite passively at the moment. Again, not wanting to give that early pick. Vast and Digital have both been lit up pretty identical amount. Worthy holding this printer. Rappel and loses. Wow, Joker gets the first pick. He should not have won that gunfight, but he has. Now Okami have that man advantage.
They do, Worthy, yeah. He was just stuck in that corner. Maybe just a little too long. I mean, almost half the round burned out. They hadn't put as much pressure on him. Might have been able to rotate, but either way, he's lost. You still see Ippy lurking around on this bottom floor. Of course, he is a dangerous player at any stage of the round. Coming up Spiral. It's looking like Okami have got the pressure they need around Meeting. It's essentially surrounded. Meeting balcony, admin, Spiral. It's looking like a good setup from Okami on this attack.
40 seconds on the board. Elevate season on a knife's edge here. They cannot afford to lose this round, but Cutie gets one more pick for his team, and Elevate desperately need to find one back. It's not looking good here as Jack Daddy finds one as well, and surely Okami will close out this map. Elevate, they need to win this map. They cannot afford to lose it, and as Vast tries to go big, he's shut down. Now it's Red left in a 1 versus 4, but Okami will close out the map. Elevate, their season is done. Okami bring back the match point that was against them. What a great performance.
Really was. They brought that back beautifully, and it was a very attacker affair on Consulate here, seeing 2 5-1 halves. But in the end, it was Okami that brought it together in OT.
Man, Consulate is a cursed map for Elevate. I mean, reflecting back to Season 10, that's when they unfortunately missed on the APAC Finals as well. It's just a map that, for whatever reason, isn't really going their way. And unfortunately, it's looking very unlikely now that they'll make the playoffs, which is heartbreaking. They were the first seed heading into this season. They had a great start, but it really just fell away.
Yeah, it really did. Unfortunate for them. But they've still got another map to play, and they can still be the nail in the coffin for Okami, because let's bring it to Okami now. They have the pressure of needing to win this next map on top of the next 2 maps on Thursday. And so Elevate can be the thorn in their side. If Elevate take the next map, well, then Okami's chances of making playoffs start to be on the knife's edge.
And I mean, I'm sure Elevate are not thinking about this at the moment, but they still have their own pride on the line. They also have prize money on the line, I'm pretty sure as well, the distribution. They want to finish as high as possible to win some money, but I guess that's not going to make up for the fact that they haven't made the playoffs. That's going to hurt.
Absolutely. And what's extra frustrating for them, I would imagine, is that tonight they played really good Siege. I mean, Okami are a strong opponent, and they took them right to the line on Okami's map pick at that. And they would be thinking to themselves, why couldn't we have just summoned this in the last 2 weeks? Because you would have to think, given the form they produced tonight, maybe the last couple of weeks could have had some different results.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the turning point sort of in that match. And I mean, it's hard to really pick our turning point. It was really just when the halves switched. It was so attacker-sided. And the one round that really cost them was that 1v3 from Ippy Style. They had the round in the bag, and unfortunately, they just lost it. Ippy Style, he was quiet, but my roasting maybe activated him. I don't know, because that was massive, and ultimately it got them over the line.
It did, and I think you're right. And I'm sure when we do the Elevate interview later, that's probably going to come up. And that's the kind of thing that can haunt you as a team, as a player. I think it was Digital that was the one left in the 1v1 situation. He's going to think about that while he tries to sleep tonight and probably for the next few weeks, and that's a terrible feeling.
Well, we still do have one map this evening. On the other side of the break, it'll be Coastline. We'll see you then.
Please hold. Your call is very important to us. All operators are busy at this time.
Well, just like that, LFO came out of nowhere and managed to take Consulate. Unfortunately, essentially knocking Elevate out of the playoffs contention. I'm Guz, Raven alongside. I hope I pointed the right way there. I can't see, but either way, that was a pretty disappointing performance for Elevate.
Yeah, it was. I mean, to be honest though, they played quite well, especially considering how they've been playing. Just the cards didn't fall their way. In this instance, Okami did manage to close that out. So we will be moving on to map 2. That was only the first map, which is going to be Coastline. And I was just looking at map statistics here. And between the two, we've only seen it played once, the entire Six Masters. And that was against Ferox. That was Okami against Ferox. And they lost 6-8. Now this is actually Elevate's map pick. So I'm quite excited to see what they're going to bring out on it.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. I think the fact that one, Elevate don't really have a whole lot to lose now, coupled with the fact that it is their map pick, we could see them just full, like, super aggressive. Coastline really encourages that sort of play style, so they could come out of the gates really strong here, try and make a point, because as we sort of mentioned off broadcast that you brought up, Okami's chances could still be hindered here a little bit if Elevate take this second map.
Yeah, because Okami have to think about their head-to-heads, who could equal points with them. If they're unable to maximize their points now, their last opponent is Wildcard. So, I mean, that is by no means a walk in the park.
Well, I'm pretty sure Elevate did favor, or were the winners in the poll vote. Let's have a quick recap and see how many Elevate fans have been, unfortunately, let down so far. And yeah, 64%. I mean, I'm still holding on to that draw, 8%. I think in my snowball predictions, I actually did, and I was the only one that did Okami 2-0. So, I mean, maybe I'm just going to back Okami going into this one, so my predictions are right. Because that means I'll edge out you and Dev as well, I think. So this is a big game for me.
Yeah.
Big game.
But you mentioned it, so now you've cursed yourself. It's definitely going to be a draw.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Look, I think this map is going to be really hard to call because we haven't seen a whole lot from Okami on it. Ferox are a pretty good Coastline team, so fair enough that they actually ended up losing to them on the map. We haven't seen Elevate play Coastline. It feels like a long time. Probably back in Pro League Season 11. I didn't even run stats back that far. I just have them for 6 Masters. So this could be a real pocket pick surprise here against Okami.
Coastline. It is sure to be a barn burner. It's Elevate taking on Okami. The second map in tonight's best of 2. Okami still battling to stay in the top 4. Let's see how it plays out.
I have Okami starting on attack as well, which is actually what we've seen as the more favored side on Coastline. And tonight, I mean, that was the case on Consulate. So Hot to Trot on attack. They will get the first go. Elevate have the first ban here. And you never see too much dramatic bans coming out on Coastline. Dockerby is a strange ban. I mean, Jack Dad did play a lot of it. Maybe that's what they felt was a big issue for them on defense.
Well, I mean, potentially, if you are just joining us on the last map of Consulate, Okami were incredibly aggressive late round and Elevate really struggled to shut that down. So maybe banning out Dockerby will assist with that. Ying as well, often utilized late round, or at least utility clearing throughout. And she as well will be taken off the board.
Was utilized pretty well by Vast. Expect to see company to mirror, probably the Echo or the Maestro. A lot of intel denial is usually the plan for defense bans on Coastline. Runouts galore is Coastline, usually for aggressive teams like Okami. Goyo, in fact, is the ban from Elevate. That was something else that Okami used quite a bit of on their defenses on Consulate. And it is a pain to clear a lot of that utility, so that does help the attack just a touch.
I was kind of expecting maybe a buck ban or even a sledge ban on this map to try and shut down some of that aggressive vertical play, which I'm expecting these teams will adopt, but again, we'll have to wait and see. Blue Bar Sunrise will be picked first here from Elevate. Quite interesting, a very late switch there onto the Womega combo as well. Trying to make it really difficult for Okami to clear some of this utility.
Will Blue Bar Sunrise the first site? We're going to see chosen by Elevate. Becoming a popular bomb site indeed. Vast on the dock, so looking like they're going to be holding some long angles here. Not sure exactly whereabouts that might play out. how they implement this strat. And again, we're going to be really watching closely how Elevate are playing this map. To remind you of the stakes, Okami are still fighting for the top 4 spot, and by not winning this map, they heavily jeopardize that.
Yeah, well, I mean, heading into tonight, Okami were 3rd in the standings. They were one map win ahead of the Knights and only 2 ahead of both Ferox and Elevate. And after tonight, that'll also be LFO.
10 seconds left.
Well, actually, no, it won't be because Okami just won that map. So scrap what I just said there. LFO is still quite a bit behind. But yeah, I mean, if Okami do lose this map, really will put themselves under pressure. Oh, this is a Swarm pick. Fast misses the shots, but Itbistyle hits his mark, and God Legion will be taken down, and that's Legion off the board. Of course, those goo mines regenerate over the course of the round, and unfortunately, when you're dead, you can't come back to life and use them.
Very aggressive start to the round here from Elevate. The double spawn peak, 2 different ends of the map. One didn't work out, one survived. So again, Okami fighting hard for their chances to stay in playoff contention. Looking to take VIP control, and Penthouse gives them a chance to be able to take good vertical control in towards Hookah and Billiards as well, which there is a player playing in at the moment. Something they'll have to deal with. And Joker deals with Vast, giving them a really early strong man advantage right now.
Great start for Okami, looking to carry on the momentum established on console at the first map of the night, where they're on the back foot for a lot of that. Brought back a massive deficit as Mangoes finds one as well. Radiant Digital left now to try and clutch this one up.
Scanning for electronic devices.
Okami just seem to have the intel for all of these runouts, and they're just capitalizing dramatically. No HP taken off from any of them in the runout attempts. That means they are just so ready for it. Yet again, Digital trying to use into the face of Joker just gets denied, and as does the Jaeger. Okami, flawless round to start us off on Coastline.
Of course, I mean, maybe Elevate, they don't care about where Okami finishes, but for themselves, I mean, there's still the prize pool distribution that they're worried about. They don't want to fall behind LFO, for example, because then that will mean less money. And like I sort of alluded to earlier, LFO will not be too far behind. I mean, in fact, they're actually going to both be drawn on 15 points, if I'm correct, as we stand. Elevate won one map earlier tonight. Elevate lost their map so far. So if I'm correct, they'll be even on points at the moment. And they don't want to drop down any further.
You're right, yeah. There is still stuff on the line for Elevate here, so they need to pick it up, that's for sure. That first round, really just
to locate and defuse bombs.
not too good. A lot of aggression trying to vary up their playstyle, but Okami were just ready for every inch of that just then. I think that kind of stuff isn't going to work against Okami, and see whether they make necessary adjustments straight away here. Playing Kitchen, so not going to be repeating Blue Bar Sunrise at least. To keep Okami guessing just for a little bit longer.
In fact, reiterating on my point there about the standings, it's important to keep in mind that LFO also play Thursday night. So that means if Elevate do not win this map, they will finish 7th because they lost the head-to-head against LFO earlier in the season when they lost quite dramatically on Clubhouse. So if Elevate do not win this map, they will finish 7th. If they win this map, they still might finish 7th, depending on how LFO finished their season. So I mean, it is a bit grim for Elevate, but they need to try and put their best foot forward in an attempt to try and finish 6th.
It just goes to show you as well, they really only had what you would say 2 kind of poor weeks in terms of their form. And that's all it took for them to end up in this position. I mean, you look at the first half of their season there. Up until week 3, they'd only really lost 1 map. And then it just went downhill. And it goes to show you how tight the competition's been in Six Masters, where you just need consistent form. Map in, map out, week in, week out. Comes back to bite you at the late stages. Bit better here, though, on this round, guys, at least. It is still a 5 versus 5 after the first minute has expired, and that's a great sign.
Optimism is key. Oh no, it's not. Braven.
I've done it.
Raven gets the first pick there onto Worthy, and now it is a 5-on-4, make that a 4-on-4. Joker taken down as well, but as that occurs, God Legion 2 will be taken off the board, and Elevate will be at that man disadvantage. It's a position they found themselves in time and time again earlier tonight. And unfortunately here again on Coastline, it will be on that back foot.
And again, Akami just flexing their strengths on attack. I think generally their reputation is that they are a really solid team with their attacks. So I think I wouldn't excuse it, but I mean, like, fair enough that it's hard to deal with, because it is. They are a relentless team on their attacks. So it's really where Elevate just needs to stay in touch with them in this defense half, and then lean into the strength into the second half. But right now, Akami are just absolutely all over them on these attacks.
Normally on Coastline, as the defense, you want to be running around and trying to cause as much chaos as possible, but the attack from Akami is exactly that, and Red, given no respite, will be shut down, and unfortunately for Elevate, a bad night is only turning worse at the moment.
It is, and they've got to pick it up here. They need to be able to fight back to Akami again. They just need to stay in touch, at least in this first half, to enable them to really bring it back in the second. Going to continue to rotate through bomb sites, at least not repeating failures, and they're going to be going to Hookah Billiards. Reinvigorates them in their defense here.
I mean, while we have the downtime, we can probably talk a little bit about Akami's position. I mean, after that Consulate map, they will be equal second with Team Sinister on 24 points. Not sure who's won the head-to-head in that matchup though. Let's see if I can find that real quick. I'm under the pump here. So it was 7-5-7-5, so I don't quite know what it then filters down to. I don't want to speak out of line. That's also pretty interesting for who's going to take that second spot.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is the math can get pretty complicated with these head-to-heads. It's pretty hard to calculate on the fly, and I mean, you guys probably know the history of caster math up until this stage, so we'll see how we go at the end.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, my math, to my credit, has been pretty on point. I'm just talking about
True.
using
Yeah, true.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, well.
At the end of the day, it just comes down to these teams that they have to just, as always, they have to put their best foot forward, perform, and secure points. I don't think it's best just not to leave things up to math. You don't put yourself in those situations, and it's just what both of these teams really need to do here. I mean, Akami need to do that so that they're not stuck in that head-to-head math battle to just retain a top 4 spot. But likewise with Elevate, as you were pointing out, they need these map points so they can get out of 7.
Red playing behind Red Bar at the moment. Beauty will drain that ahead. Mangoes to follow with Diffuser. Keep in mind that they are defending Hookah and trying to maintain control below. Fast does get the first pick onto Nomad, so depending on whether or not Joker got those air jabs out, that could be a pretty critical play in allowing the rest of Elevate to be aggressive late round.
Goes to the big pick there. Jack Daddy fights back too. That means Akami give themselves that man advantage. Again, early picks are really killing Elevate literally here on Coastline. It's 3 rounds where within the first half of the round especially, they've just been losing people left, right, and center. Red heavily tagged up. Now he's down. Again, Akami just fighting hard, pushing forward on these attacks.
Minute 30 left now in the round. God Legion and Digital left to hold the fort. 1 player assigned to each side of the objective. Digital has, I believe, been droned out. Definitely now that that drone has been shot. Digital is trying to hold this position. That player quick peeking will delete him. Oh my, Mangoes with the triple. And now God Legion is left in a 1-on-4. Minute left on the board. There's a player progressing up cool vibes. God Legion is distracted, could be flanked. Meanwhile, these players are trying to progress below as well. God Legion in a world of hurt is eventually lit up from below, and it was the lifeline to take his life. And this is very rough for Elevate at the moment.
It is. It really is. These are Kami attacks. Again, I've used the keyword relentless. I can't think of a better word for it. They just keep going and so much pressure. And it's looking even more coordinated on Coastline than it looked like on Consulate, to be completely honest. So Elevate need to figure out something here, need to make some adaptations fast, because they might be looking at a really difficult deficit to overcome in the second half.
And I have received confirmation that after the mini league head-to-head round difference, which we established earlier, is equal between Okami and Sinister, it then goes down to overall round difference, which is a really key point, I think, to bring up. Okami currently have a lower round difference, or a lesser round difference, than Team Sinister. So Okami really want to just smash Elevate here, because that gives them a really nice opportunity late in the season to jump Team Sinister if they end up drawn on points, which is a possibility.
Boy, oh boy, the complications and what could happen can happen.
I hope I'm making sense. I'm trying to simplify it as much as I can.
Yeah, it makes sense, but I mean, everyone has to think about too. On top of that, there are 2 play days to go with a lot of matches of these other opponents that we're talking about. It really is, again, coming down to that situation where Okami could have their fate in other teams' hands, which is, again, not great to be dealing with. So, to maximize that, they've got to get all points here, and then they have to be ready to go hard up against Wildcard on Thursday.
Well, it's been a great start from Okami so far. Doesn't really look like losing a round yet, and Worthy will get a pick onto Mangoes. A nice shot by him. Really the first glimpse of confidence that we have seen from Elevate so far here on Coastline. They now need to try and convert that into the rest of the round. Time and time again, we've seen them slip up late round in their defenses, and I guess Coastline is a map that can be quite prone to that slip up. So it's important that they just get this round in the bag.
Giving themselves a man advantage. What seems like something that's not happened yet on Coastline. Early in the round as well. See if they can hold on to it. Fragnet coming through the rafters. Beautifully hits Digital.
No.
Well cooked by Cutie. He's been playing really well for Okami tonight, as well as for the season in general. Really been helping them propel forward and having less pressure on Ippusal, who you would say was probably the one that needed to step up more often than not for the team. Always helps having that secondary.
Oh, Aaron flash there from Ippusal, as he's now trying to pre-fire in towards Sunrise. Okami gathering some nice control around the objective. Elevate though, quite content in holding off-site. Cutie, that's a very nasty angle to the bottom of the Cool Vibes, but doesn't quite see God Legion playing at that position. And with a minute to go, they need to try and find these picks.
He'd actually seen the elbow at one stage there, but not quite. Does catch Worthy, only with a couple of bullets. Could have finished him off. 4 versus 4, 45 seconds. Oh, the grenade does enable Worthy to get through. Joker gets another though. That means that Okami have found their man advantage. 40 seconds as Ippusal is on the flank here in through kitchen. Like it might be another Okami round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Worthy and Vast trying to clutch this one up. Make that just Worthy. His barrel has been revealed. Ippusal will net the kill. And this has been an absolute onslaught from Okami so far. And I mean, keep in mind, this is also Elevate's map pick, right? So this is really rough. Yes, Coastline traditionally will be a little bit more attacker-sided, but this has just been an absolute smashing so far, really.
It has, and I don't think Elevate are really playing that well at the moment, on top of the fact that Okami are just not giving up or not relenting. They are just putting more pressure, and their attacks have just been clean. an attacker side Coastline in general. So again, to reiterate, Elevate just need to stay in touch. They need to get the next 2 rounds for sure, so they have a chance to be able to bring it back on their attack half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Seems like so far that maybe that Dockerby ban hasn't really had much of an effect, or at least not the effect intended by Elevate. Kami, despite not having her on the board, have still been quite disruptive late round and able to pull off these aggressive executes. And I mean, this is scary. If I'm Sinister or if I'm Wildcard and I'm watching this, in the back of my mind, I'd be mindful. I'd be, you know, observing, sitting back and just thinking, hey, Akami, they might be the real deal this season. And I mean, if those teams do end up facing off in the playoffs, it'll make for some really exciting matchups.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Trying to dig deep for Elevate. Back on Kitchen we are. Last time they held it, of course. As you can see, they've won no rounds, so they did lose it. They can put in a better performance now. Worthy eventually just opens that window. Maybe just trying to bait it out. Repel's going to go up, but no gunfight coming out at this stage. I think Elevate just need to hold on to at least equal man count for as long as they can, because Okami have just been getting those early man advantages, and then it just waterfalls from that point.
Vast and Gold Legion both playing aggressively above. Ippy style out of nowhere, as always, will be getting aggressive towards 90, flashing out that position already and really has no fear. This is a very dangerous Ippy style to take on, and he gets the first pick, doesn't find the second. A great refrag there from Gold Legion will down the Ash. Another gunfight ensues. Cutie misses that shot. Ippy style unlikely to be picked up, but Joker will find that frag, and look, maybe the Ash will be revived now. A great start again for Okami.
So revived, so not even a trade coming out there in the end. Or Elevate. Aggressive is the Jaeger, does get the trade eventually on the Ippy, the dangerous player off the board for Okami. Trying to spark something for Elevators. Worthy gets another nice shot onto Joker.
What?
Makes it a 3 versus 3. Beautifully played from Worthy. Might give Elevate the chance to look back into this round.
It's been a big drought between round wins here for Elevate. 4 straight so far here on Coastline. Off the back of losing Consulate. 55 seconds left on the board as Cutie will continue to open up the floor above. Oh, he sees the backpack there of red on the Maestro, but can't land any shots. Ping goes out, but he can't quite find his position. Eventually, we'll see the feet. And now it's just a 1v3 like that. Digital, again, he's been left in so many of these clutches. But so difficult to win. His position revealed so much utility being dumped on him at the moment. And surely it's a matter of time until he is taken off the board. There's a player in courtyard. He will find the pick, and Okami will take 5 rounds straight.
In fact, if you want to run it back to the first map, that's 9 rounds straight in the camp of Okami. They just haven't been able to find an answer. This is the last round of the half for them to do just that, so they can at least have a slither of momentum coming into this second half.
I guess Elevate's season is really just fallen apart in tonight, only exemplifying that. This second map in particular is not the brand of Siege they were bringing to Consulate.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Okami just walking all over them at the moment. As I mentioned earlier, Okami will be absolutely licking their lips at the moment, because the more rounds that they can win here against Elevate, the bigger that round differential becomes, the better off they will be in the final standings, particularly against Team Sinister. So it is critical that Okami do not let off and maybe even try go for a 7-0, which, look, I mean, I backed Okami 2-0 into tonight, but I did not expect either of the maps to be as one-sided as this one's been so far.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we want to talk about mindset. Elevate are well aware of their position right now. They know what's up, and so playing with that is not great. Actually it's a terrible feeling knowing that like you can't make playoffs, and even the fact that like they're going to be finishing in that bottom end of the ladder is totally heartbreaking for them. And they're probably trying their hardest right now, but it's there's no discounting how tough that can be to play through. It's probably the longest map of their life, even though it's been 5-0 right now. It probably feels like it's an eternity.
Definitely difficult times ahead for Elevate, but there is something to salvage here. Try and give themselves the opportunity to finish 6th, try and finish ahead of LFO in the standings and give themselves a little bit more pride and a little bit more prize money. Ippy Style again is playing so aggressively. 6-1 so far here on Coastline, and it feels like every time we switch to him early round, he's found himself somewhere very close to the objective just by shift Wing through that position. And again, he's going to get aggressive over towards Vars. This man feels no fear at the moment, pre-firing cool vibes. Vars is ready and waiting though.
Good map control obtained now in the first half of the round. Still a minute 30 to go. It's going to spell pretty big danger here for Elevate. Fast looking like he still wants to get aggressive, but that's going to be a bit tougher with the Nomad now joining the play here. Edge up the top of those stairs. Last time that edge up was easy enough shot. Might be the same in this instance. Fast trying to find it. Drone spots him out. Cool Vibes being heavily contested right now, and this is going to be the real critical control point here for Okami.
On the board, Ippy Style getting impatient, will try and push, but won't find the pick. Cutie does find one himself. That's Digital off the board. He was playing the smoke. No more gas grenades to be utilized for the remainder of this round. Cutie creating a lot of vertical pressure down below now in towards Sunrise. Again, this is a bit of a stall out point over towards Cool Vibe, so Ippy Style unable to find a pick. But Joker will find one, Jack Daddy as well, and it's just falling apart here for Elevate. Okami will surely have a flawless half, and it's now Red left to clutch it up. But Okami will get a flawless round and a flawless half. Textbook siege here so far from Okami, and Elevate are just struggling.
Yeah, they are hard up against... They're through the ropes. They're hard up against the floor. I don't know what analogy to use, but either way, it's on the dark side of the moon, that's for sure. Army are on match point now, looking at a 7-0, and most importantly, besides the fact they're getting map points, as you've pointed out, heavily boosting their round differential.
Another Tachanka. We did see Tachanka once tonight on Consulate, but Cutie will 6-pick off him on this occasion. A little bit unfortunate. Kitchen service will be the site though. That won't be changed. And I mean, we have no idea what to expect. This is literally Okami's very first defense round here on Coastline. So we don't know what we're walking into. I mean, the question really is, can Elevate win 6 rounds in a row? Probably leaning towards no, but I would love to see them give it a shot.
Attackers have located a bomb.
See what the second half has in store for us. Kami have elected to go kitchen first. They're going to be putting this vertical control in through Theatre Master VIP section. Ippy himself looks like he's going to be the one to forward. He's actually 7-1 right now. And I just realized, guys, Cutie didn't even die in that first half. Neither did Jack Daddy.
Yeah, a little bit concerning. And I mean, on the side of Elevate, a couple of their players still on 0 kills after 6 rounds. That's really, really rough. Definitely think the first map has had its toll, and Elevate have found it really difficult to bring back that mindset, and Cutie will get the first pick in the round, and we are edging closer and closer now to an Akami 2-0.
Kami are just not letting up at all. There's absolutely no mercy coming out from them. It's like Elevator looking for a service push here with this Montaigne. There are two players looking at him, and Vast is just going deep. He's going to be copping so much utility and so many guns. God Legion does get a frag from that though onto Joker, and another following it up. Refrag from above, all happening in the first minute though, as Plant is going down, guys.
Looks like the plant will be stuck by Vast somehow amidst all that chaos, and it's now a 3-on-3 post plant. Definitely winnable still here for Okami if they get aggressive. Jack Daddy will jump out, is air jabbed and will be cleaned up. Leaving it now up to Cutie and Mangoes. Cutie entering towards Kitchen as Elevate will find a couple more picks on the board, and Cutie's now left in a 1-on-3. The C4 goes out, doesn't quite hit Hitsmark. All three members from Elevate are low, so it's still potentially winnable. But it will be a tall order. Oh, that's a nice shot by Cutie with the Deagle. That's one. He doesn't have time. 10 seconds left. It takes 7 seconds to counter defuse, and unfortunately Cutie will not have what it takes, and somehow Elevate with that ridiculous Montaigne strat will finally win a round. It took 7, but there we go. It will not be a flawless victory to Akami.
No, it will not. Cutie didn't die though, so he still hasn't died. But oh, that Desert Eagle flick through the rotate there, that was insane. Cutie has just been so sharp lately. Look, I'm just glad it isn't going to be a 7-0. We could still see a comeback. Hey, like, I'm not going to say anything just yet, but it would be a comeback, you know.
Probably be the greatest comeback I've ever witnessed in competitive Siege. To be honest, I don't think I've actually ever seen a 6-0 comeback. I could be wrong. I think I have. It's definitely pretty unprecedented. Either way, though,
I can recall a few, but it's definitely a rarity.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Blue Bar Sunrise will be the site. Again, Elevate will be bringing the Montaigne. 100% success rate with Montaigne so far, so why not stick with it?
Bomb located by attackers.
Everything about that round should not have gone Elevate's way, but I mean it did. Maybe that's why it worked. So they're just going to try and continue that trend and make Okami feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Akami rotating to Blue Bar Sunrise, so again, not repeating. It's like a hard hold might be happening in office here. Sure, might be Jack Dad himself holding it with Double Mai. There's Magnus just to prevent utility coming in his direction, enable him to hold it just that touch longer. See what Elevate do. I mean, they're bringing this Montaigne again, so maybe they're looking to just do as many direct pushes as possible. Because one thing that's hard with Akami is just the pressure on roam clears, or their roaming pressure. Players like Hippistar, for example, hard to keep track of and shut down. Might be just looking to push direct.
Worthy does get pick number 1 onto Cutie. Unfortunately, Cutie has died. Hippistar almost dies, getting lit up there from the front door. Completely ignores the E1D and will run through security. Vast though, diffuser in hand. We'll just straight line it through kitchen. No one really there to support though, so not sure what the players. It looks like he will rotate over towards red.
Yeah, literally going towards red bar, but not sure whether they're going to be going.
Oh, that's terrible.
Just yet.
That was bad. That was bad.
Hey, lay off. They might be just going for a direct point here. I don't know. I mean, there's 3 of them stacked here. They haven't got any vertical control. Gold Legion and Digital have control of kitchen, I think. So it looks like they might be just going for this.
Joker is in a position to deny it behind a red bar. Hasn't really revealed himself as of yet, I don't believe. Instead, playing quite patiently. Another E1D will go out. Joker hears these players to his right. Again, just playing ultra patiently. Does he see the player to his left? I think he does. Does he get the down? No. Montaigne gets aggressive and will shut him down. There's a lot going on here. It's a 4-on-1. Ippy Style now left to clutch it up, and Elevate may well win 2 rounds straight. Ippy Style does find the first fast, sticking the plant.
Attackers activating diffuser.
I mean, we did see Ippy Style clutch up a 1v3 on Consulate to boost his team's chances of winning that map, and in the end they did. This one though, looking a little bit more unlikely. And there we go. Elevate will shut him down. And I mean, look, come back, question mark. I mean, look, it's close. Maybe.
To be honest, both attacks have been pretty good from Elevate. I mean, they've got plant down with at least 3 or more players alive. That's a pretty good stat. So, see whether they can keep it together. They got 4 to make it back to overtime at least.
Kitchen service to be attempted. Again, Elevate will bring a shield, but on this occasion it's actually going to be Blitz. I don't think... Has Blitz been played at all in Six Masters? I feel like she hasn't, or he hasn't rather. Surely not.
I'm not sure about all of Six Masters, but yeah, look, it's been a long time.
Definitely not tonight.
Definitely not. I think in recent history, at least, the only person I can think of playing Blitz has been Pengu, but I didn't get to watch all of the EU Clash matches, at least. Yeah, so we'll see what Vast can do. I mean, he's been playing a lot of Montaigne, so he feels shield prepared, I guess.
Yes. I mean, Blitz can be a little bit scary, depending on the sort of range the engagement is. Vast might try and get in the faces of Okami a little bit. On top of that, he does have 2 smoke grenades which will aid in the plant.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll have to wait and see just how effective that Blitz pick is.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Here comes the train, right behind a Blackbeard, I've got to say. So let's not overlook the fact that they also brought Blackbeard, and it's Gold Legion on the Blackbeard. Like, that man really needs a shield to help him in engagements.
Well, they're both droning themselves in as well, so expect them to pair up for the remainder of the round. This is going to be like a recreation of that cursed image where the Blitz is ADS and then the Blackbeard's behind covered. Oh no.
Actually,
I would not
yes.
want to face this. I would not want to face this as Okami. This is scary.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers
Always just to push straight into kitchen. Again, they're electing not to really room clear that heavy. Just quite direct pushes. Holding it rotate down by security. They are able to get an entry here.
Gold Legion still probing. Trying to find a pick. Fast as well, still crouching. Smoke comes out to cover the cross to the right. Entry will now follow. Oh, this is scary. Vast sprinting straight in. He has the diffuser in hand, but he doesn't care. Flashes the player in service. He will back towards Bath, and more smoke's being used, but Vast is just running straight through them, and he will eventually flash the smoke, and he will maybe take down the Maestro. He does. Both players will be cleaned up, and now it's Jack Dad left in a 2 versus 1. And Vast may well have done the biggest brain play in Six Masters, but this plant could be denied. No, it's actually on the other side of the wall. Jack Daddy now progresses through kitchen. The blitz to his right and a player on ping. Definitely winnable, but Jack Daddy is low on HP. C4 comes out. Does no damage though. Free fire as well. Will follow, but Jack Daddy's blind. Oh my. Blitz is OP, honestly. Why don't we see more blitz? That's the question. That's what Elevate should be doing. They just need to bring more blitz.
Oh, nice little flick there. Yeah, look, it's been great use of the blitz, to be honest. That worked out quite well for them. That's 3 in a row. It's, I don't know, man. We're halfway through the comeback.
I wonder if there's going to be operators pick stats at the end of the Six Masters season. It's going to have blitz at like a pick rate of 0.1%, but 100% win rate. That's going to be a sight for sore eyes.
Might be the case, man. You know, go back to the Montaigne this time though. So Vast really digging the shields.
But it's working, so can't fault them. I mean, we are joking around a little bit here, but let's be honest, like, this comeback is starting to become a little bit more real. And I mean, even if they don't bring it back, Okami again are losing critical rounds here for that round differential. They really wanted to just close this out 7-0, give themselves an extra 7 points in the round diff, but Elevate now in getting 3 have really closed down that gap.
They have planted on all 3 of their attacks too. So
attackers have discovered the location of
they're
a bomb.
having quite successful attacks, which is quite astounding given how the first half went. See whether Okami can finally deal with it. Bringing an alibi, which is a bit of a different kind of strategy for this objective here. See whether QD can use it to much effect or not. He's now died twice, by the way.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I mean, it looks like Cutie's doing some sort of weird hybrid hold below. He has the shield in blue to cover him from the window. Potentially trying to prevent any members of Elevate pushing underneath. Jack Daddy and Ippy as well playing below. And I mean, if Okami lose this round, it really feels like they're just, again, extending outside of their comfort zone a little bit. Maybe they just need to play a little bit safer. But again, we don't know how this round's going to play out. Maybe this will be the perfect strategy in countering whatever Elevate is currently bringing to the board.
It is going to be Vast again, pushing through with the Montaigne. He's got Diffuser again, so that's always a little bit risky if you've got the Montaigne to be playing aggressive to get the intel. Dies in any position, that means Diffuser is stuck deep. Linking up with Red, who's playing the Ash, which is also a little off pick, I guess you would say, for Red. He's a bit more of a flex support player. He's gone deep up towards Vaz. He's trying to get this intel. Wants to figure out if there's someone in Drinks Bar.
Well, there is. That's Joker as Mangoes gets dropped. Jack Daddy does find a pick though, so effectively we are in a 4-on-4 scenario. Joker in a fantastic position to hold the cross as Jack Daddy gets another, and this is going to fall apart here for Elevate. Gold Legion finds one back. He actually finds 2 in the end. So great round from him. In fact, it's 3. Fast in the meantime is turtle planting in towards side. It's a 2-on-2. Jack Daddy needs to try and deny it. Fast actually falls off it in the end, a little bit scared of that flank, and he might well hunt the kill. And there we go. It's now a 1-on-1. Ippy style looking to finish off the round, finish off the map and get 6 points for this evening. But no, Fast will fake it and just misses Ippy style. This could go on for a while. There's still 50 seconds on the clock. And this could go on for ages. Vast will try to stick it again. Will he fake it? Yes, he will. Ippy style misses again. And this is just a game of cat and mouse. Fast now getting aggressive over towards Cool Vibes, getting lit up again, but won't take any damage. Keep in mind, a couple of shots will take him out as he will now reattempt the plant.
Oh, just missing the opportunity, take some shots and some damage, so now they're basically equal HP. Last 20 seconds here, Vast is just hunting. I kind of feel like he just needs to go for it, right? Like, Ippy constantly has this intel, knows he's pushing, he might have the opportunity to stick this one, comes off the plant, gets the kill in the end, guys! The Montaigne perseveres. What? Elevate, get 4 in a row now.
I mean, Vast is getting my MVP pick for the week for sure. This is crazy. This is the best. Greatest Montaigne player I've ever seen in my life. 10 out of 10.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, my.
Well, yeah. Look, it's 6-4, man.
I don't know what to say. That round was ridiculous, man. Oh, wow. Whew. Comeback is on. 4-6. Fast again, sticking the Montaigne, so it's basically a round 1 for Elevate. Oh no. Okami must be feeling a little bit of stress now. They really don't want to be throwing this map. Because again, the ramifications for the rest of their season could be pretty big.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's the first time they've repeated bomb site as well. In succession, at least. see whether they have an adjustment. Maybe they felt like they threw it away or something like that. I don't know. I felt like Elevate had a lot of control, funnily enough, throughout most of that round until it became the 1v1. But let's see what happens here. One thing I'm surprised about is that Okami aren't bringing a hard counter for the Monte. Like, they're clearly sticking it. There's Ella or Legion that would be fantastic in this situation.
Very fair point. Ippy style looking like he may have been going for a jump out. Yeah, he did, but he's back in the map now. Unfortunate for him, unable to win that last 1v1. Definitely frustrated at the fact that that shield behind Vasta's back on the plant made it incredibly challenging in that 1v1 scenario. Either way though, on the topic of Vast, he has the diffuser in hand and I think he's running over towards Aqua, so this is probably where the action's going to go down.
Yeah, again, I'm feeling like it's probably going to be a relatively direct approach here. See what happens. That's a great start. Worthy gets the first pick onto Cutie. Alright, Elevate just tidying up on these attacks. We might be seeing 2 6-0 halves here. Styles aggressed up into that position in Kitchen. Might be able to catch Ike off guard. Some pre-firing happening. Not sure if there's a drone on this. Ipistyle just missing the player. He's up on the pad and actually gets it. Unbelievable. Gets away with his life on 1 HP.
Oh. I've seen things on this map that I will not unsee. Ipistyle scathes away with an absolute slither of HP, but most importantly now Vast is almost ready for a plant. Digital finds Ipistyle on that flank. And I mean, Elevate could well go for an execute very shortly here.
It's true. I mean, they have the downstairs cut off. Digital's there to watch the window. Gold Legion was repelled on the double, which is a really strong position for a Blackbeard. I think he's off that repel now, though. They're just double checking that they do have control. I agree. I think they're pretty well set up to be able to get this execute. There is a player in office, though. I'm not sure if they haven't thought about that or missed it. That could be their downfall.
Jack Daddy could well run out here. It is being watched, though. Digital deep in ruins, putting Jack Daddy under a lot of pressure. Question is, does he know where he's gone to? Meanwhile, Red will drop Mangoes, and Elevate do have the man advantage. Diffuser needs to be planted though. Only 30 seconds left on the board for them to do so. Joker will be wide swung by Blackbeard of all players, and now it's Jack Dad left in a 1-on-3. Still in a gunfight with Digital. Finally gets out on top, and now he needs to try and deny the plant. He's forced up Cool Vibes. 1v2. Red and Gold Legion both full HP here. Given plenty of time to reposition themselves into favorable gunfights. One in fact has gone below towards Blue Bar, another in towards Aqua. So this round is looking incredibly challenging for Jack Daddy. Gold Legion in fact is now repelling, holding the rotate. But it doesn't matter. Red will shut him down, and I mean, Elevate, they may well be bringing this one back, which I cannot believe I'm saying.
1 round away from OT we are. Need to remind everybody, Okami entered this half up 6-0. And 2 of their players didn't even die in the first half. So Elevate have really brought this back. Most of these attacks, until that last round, haven't really looked in doubt. 4 of the 5 rounds that we've seen on this attack half have all been plants. So that's a really damning stat there for Elevate, and oh boy, I really feel like this is going to be overtime, guys.
Yeah, look, all I'm saying is next time someone complains that Siege is too defender-sided, I'm just going to send them this VOD and be like, please explain. And yes, I know, yes, Coastline is, attacker-side, blah, 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 blah. But 6 rounds, potentially, in a row for each team on attack. That is ridiculous.
I mean, a good point, though. 14 rounds were played on Consulate. 3 of those were defensive. And then we've seen 0 defense wins on the coastline. We're in round 12. It's like 20-something rounds where only 3 have been defense wins. I think that is pretty unusual for Siege.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, probably. I would think so. It's been a weird night.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Okami, though, they're looking to try and close this night out themselves. I mean, it was looking like it was going to be an early bedtime for them, but this map has started to slide away a little bit. In fact, quite a bit. 5 rounds straight in favor of Elevate, and the real threat of overtime here. Final preparations going up here from Okami. Elevate again bringing a pretty similar cheese lineup, if you would. Blackbeard and Montang still in play. Jackal as well. I mean, if an amp broke, don't fix it.
Has been working out well. And look, bring up the round difference. Something we talked about. Okami are up 6-0. And that was looking super promising, not just for the fact they were winning the map, but they would have been able to heavily boost their round differential. But that's not the case anymore. That has been completely nullified.
Awkward engagement again here between Montang and defender Jack Daddy on this occasion. Mangoes will get the first pick. Style the second, and this Montang is causing so many headaches. Fast, getting ultra aggressive inside of Theodore. Will catch a player to his left, tries to hip fire, narrowly misses, and Joker gets, Jack Daddy rather gets overly aggressive and shut down. Now leaving it in a 3-on-4 in favor still of Okami.
Yeah, Okami did finally come out on top in those opening engagements, which hasn't happened in the previous rounds. So this is definitely their best look in so far, but still some troublesome operators up. There's this Jackal for Footprints, and obviously God Legion on this Blackbeard. One of Elevate's usually most prolific fraggers, having that shield in front of his face has not been easy to deal with. On top of that, the Montaigne still alive, so by no stretch is this Okami's round. But it's definitely looking like one of their better attempts.
Keep Style will drop Didge, leaving it now 2 versus 4. Okami wanting to close out the map, close out this series 2-0. It's been a strong night for them so far, and they just want to get the deal sealed. God Legion at the kitchen window, Vast over towards service, a little bit disconnected at the moment. Probably best that they try and team up instead. But it looks like they might go for a pinch, which could work as well. But Gold Legion will be lit up by a goo. Montang taken off the board, and now it's a 1 versus 4. God Legion surely can't win this round. With 20 seconds left, the diffuser outside the service store. It's looking like this will be the end of Elevate's season, and it is. Okami will take map number 2. They finally managed to win a defense.
The very last round of regulation was the first defense on this entire map that won. But yes, well played by Okami. They did secure full map points tonight. Damage was done though in the end with that comeback because look, the round differential boost that Okami were looking at never eventuated.
Yeah, I mean, and that could have pretty big ramifications on how the rest of the season plays out. Keep in mind that Okami still actually have another player day, right? This is Super Week. Due to the reschedule earlier in the season, they will actually be playing Thursday night, which means that they have another opportunity for 6 points, and they should find themselves pretty comfortable in the top 4.
You would think so now that they have won both maps tonight. They do have wildcard on Thursday. We would have to crunch some numbers and take a look at the updated standings and run some scenarios because I don't know what the chances are they could get knocked out now, but I think they've definitely put their best foot forward. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. There's a lot of people vying for that coveted 4th spot.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about the top 4 spots, of course, if you are just joining us, unfortunately, Elevate off the back of losing, well, it was the first map, but 2 in total, they cannot make, essentially, the top 4 now, so they can't make the playoffs, which is heartbreaking for them. They were the first seeded team heading into this competition. They finished 2nd in the last season of Pro League. So this has been a bit of a fall from grace from them. And it's really just been a compound of small issues, I think, that have built up. And unfortunately, it just overflowed the back half of this season.
Yeah, and again, we talked about it a bit. They had just a couple of weeks there where their form really peaked in its slump. And that was all it took. They just lost a bunch of maps in a row to teams like the Knights, for example, that you wouldn't normally expect for them to struggle so hard against. And that's really all it took. Six Masters has just been that competitive where in the blink of an eye, your chances of playoffs have just been shattered.
And I mean, on the flip side for Akami, this has been a great night, right? 6 points in the bag. If my calculations are correct, that should put them, I think, even points with wildcards that equal first in terms of points, which is pretty interesting, right? I don't think I expected at least Akami to be as strong as they were this season. I mean, they lost the org representation as well on top of, a little bit of a tumultuous last season, but hey, Six Masters for them has been really positive. And again, they have an opportunity on Thursday night to gain even more points, which is massive.
It is, and that's going to be a big series as well, because that's basically a fight for first place. It's Wildcard and Okami. Wildcard do have a game tomorrow night, I believe. But yeah, look, it's going to be still a brutal Thursday to figure out where these positions are going to end up in the top 4.
Well, I'm pretty sure he'll be wrapped with tonight's result. It is Sentis from Okami. Let's say good day.
Hello there. I just needed to fight against that Ying. I didn't see anything. How are you guys? How are you doing?
I am going well. How are you, man? You are looking very, very fresh. How are you feeling?
Oh man, I'm fucking stoked. That was such an amazing match. The Tachanka strat was all mental game. We definitely planned that. Random picks, everything. I swear nobody went AFK mid-match. No. So yeah, don't even have to ask about that.
Great. Yeah. Look, you definitely answered the hottest question that I had on my tongue. So thanks for that. Look, I want to talk about Consulate a bit. You guys were really on the back foot. Elevate had you read really well in that first half, and we did see an attacker-sided map in the end. But can you tell us about maybe any adjustments you guys made at halftime, or really just what helped you guys bring it back?
So they knew all of our strategies. We didn't do anything new that we haven't done before on Consulate. So it was expected that they were able to counter-strat us pretty well, which they did. Amazing job on the support stuff from them. That was incredibly well done, and the execution on the player is incredible. In the end, it came down to mental. Our team was down. And the half was that what we needed. We stepped down, sat there and talked for 1 minute, and the players got back up and recovered mentally completely. Otherwise, without that, we would have lost the next 2 rounds and would have been out. But it was all the mental side, and then our defense, our attacks are even better, especially on Consulate, but overall. And so yeah, it was definitely a mental game, and we won that.
Yeah, so you had a great series tonight, but of course you're not actually done with Six Masters yet. You have one final crucial series on Thursday against Wildcard. Tell us now that Elevate's out of the way, how are you guys feeling about that, and how are you approaching your final match of the season?
I mean, if you're not gonna see Tachanka, Frost, and Kapkan, I would be disappointed. I think 2-0 is what we're aiming for, 2-0 is what we'll get. So I guess that's gonna be an easy match as well.
Well, Sentis, congrats for tonight. The suit is looking very, very fresh. We'll talk again.
Thank you.
See you later.
See ya.
Well, it's a fashion parade in Six Masters. That's all I'm saying.
We
He's
have
like
had
a poker player.
We have had such the strangest collection of interviews of any Siege season of anything ever, I think.
For sure. I mean, we've gone from someone shaving on an interview to glasses and suits, and oh wow, it's amazing. But you know what else was amazing? Okami, 6 points in the bag, and look,
yeah,
I think it was really actually quite interesting that Sentis flagged the mental state, because Okami were down and out on Consulate. Let's be honest, Elevate were dominating them, but then they brought it back, and it was really a great sort of showcase of their mental fortitude.
Yeah, it was, and I've always felt that when you have one team that gains a lot of momentum and then another team comes back, that next momentum shift is usually the hardest. So I think that's what Elevate really suffered from, because you get into one mental state when you're ahead, you feel confident, you're on your game, but then the other team starts fighting back, and then because there's such a big emotional shift there, I think a lot of teams find that hard to recover from in the end. And I really do feel like that's what we saw from Elevate tonight, which is just, yeah, a bit sad considering the expectations coming in for them in Six Masters. And look, Okami, speaking of expectations, they've lived up to theirs. They came in as second seed, yes. And here they are fighting for a top spot. So all props to them.
Well, unfortunately, Elevate didn't have the greatest night. We do have Digital on the line for an interview. Dig.
Hey guys.
How you feeling,
mate.
man? Really rough tonight.
Look, I'm not going to say I'm feeling the greatest. I'm not exactly jumping out of my shoes, but it is what it is. I think, yeah, it's the end of the season now, so yeah, a break's needed, I think, from us.
Yeah, look, it has been a rough night and a rough season. I want to ask you about the first map, seeing as that was kind of really the nail in the coffin. You guys started off really well, and then it just slowly faded. Can you give us some insight into anything that happened within your camp on how that map ended up turning out?
We had a really good attack half. That was sort of doing what we expected. And then when it came around to defense, I feel like we just kept throwing our leads. Like, I feel like we were sort of in good positions. And we definitely had like rounds that we could have taken the map. We were on match point. But we definitely had a couple of leads, and there were definitely a couple of occasions where, we could have sealed the deal and taken the map. But yeah, we just sort of threw a little bit. And that's never a great feeling, but yeah.
Yeah, and one last thing, a more positive thing. You guys had probably one of my favorite rounds I've seen in a while was your Amaru play. How premeditated was that? Talk us through whether that was on the fly, whether that was by design. I'm just curious to hear a bit more about it.
Vast. That was he sort of wrote that up last night. Yeah, Vast just told us before the game, and it worked really well against them. They give us middle floor really quickly, and they sort of rely on the like retaking the bomb site, but we were just really fast, and we had a lot of window presence. So yeah, cool little thing made by Vast. Yeah, so shout out to him.
Awesome. Well, throughout the entire season, you guys had really strong support in the polls and online. What would you like to say to all the Elevate fans out there?
Obviously, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that we're sort of in a slump. So I think we just need I think a break's definitely needed. We didn't really take a break from last season. We just wanted to seriously get a lot of practice in, and sort of live up to our expectations, which could have shot us in the foot. So I think a break is definitely needed from us. We're just going to sort of come back next season, reevaluate our position and our approach towards Siege, and hopefully definitely have a much better season. Our expectations remain the same. Top two, first place in ANZ. So we're really going to continue to strive for that.
Awesome. Well, Dig, we appreciate you for coming on. All the best in the future.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for that.
See you, man. Yeah, look, I think he did a good job to keep his chin up, right? They've literally just been knocked out of the playoffs. But Digital did seem pretty positive on the outlook for the future, which I'm happy to see.
Yeah, and for them, it is just a matter of just wasn't their season. They had a slump. It's like I said during the broadcast, teams have slumps, and you can't choose when it's happening. It just happens. So it's all about how you recover from that. And yeah, it's a good thing to hear that they have that in mind. They do need a break. It's a great point as well. Like, they brought Worthy on halfway through season 11 of Pro League. So if you're going to be a top team, you have to keep grinding. You don't get to have that break when Pro League stopped. So maybe that is just what they need. They can rejuvenate and bounce back.
Well, that is tonight's matches done. Let's do a recap of the results and see how we got here. First up, it was a pretty fierce series between Kanga and LFO. One apiece in the end, and Kanga finally managed to win a map.
They did. They bounced all over LFO on Cafe, in fact, in map number 2. It was a great map, so definitely go back and watch that. And of course, Series 2 was a really fierce battle. 2 tails completely on both maps, and likewise with the halves of Coastline. That was entertaining stuff.
Indeed it was. Well, these matches have of course shaped up the standing. Let's see where all of these 8 teams in the Six Masters now stand, and Okami have now found themselves all the way up in second position on equal points with Wildcard.
They have. So that will be the dogfight on Thursday between those two teams, Wildcard and Okami, for first place. Because even with Wildcard having a match tomorrow night, I'm just going to quickly check that I'm right about that. Yes, it is. So if Wildcard gets 6 points tomorrow, sure, they go 6 points ahead of Okami. But if Okami gets 6 points on Thursday, well, they can actually take first place based on head-to-head. So Wildcard actually isn't safe up there right now. On top of that, there's the trench battle for 4th and 3rd that is going to be continuing tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we saw Alafo earlier tonight, unfortunately for them, drop a map against Kanga, which edges them further and further outside of the top 4. We don't believe it's impossible for them to make it inside the top 4, but it's going to be really tough. They need a lot to go their way, and they'll probably need to win 2 maps against Ferox on Thursday. But yeah, basically from Wildcard and Okami down, it's up for grabs.
It is. And just a real quick peek as well, round differential. Okami's round differential isn't super high for their position. So if you look at the likes of Sinister, for example, they could well and truly leapfrog over them. So it's really hard to say where this could end up. I love that it's still super open, and man, it really makes the next 2 nights a really fun watch.
And I mean, this is a bit of a bold statement, but I think it could be fair to say that this is the most competitive, or one of the most competitive Siege tournaments or seasons we've ever had in ANZ. I mean, the last couple of seasons of Pro League, Season 10, Season 11, both of those were really tight. But I mean, with Fnatic out now and with the mid-table really strengthening across the board, it's made for really, really, really close competition.
Yeah, I remember Season 11 felt really close, but that ended up being a bit of a tale of top 4, and then there was bottom 4 all kind of fighting it out. Whereas in Six Masters, up until tonight, it was 1st to 7th fighting it out for the top 4 spots of playoffs. And tonight, it really only just eliminated Elevate and Elevate out of that. So there's still 6 teams fighting for top 4 playoffs. It's it's nuts.
Well, that will conclude tonight's matches here in Six Masters 2020. Tomorrow night, you'll be with Dev and Xenox, so have fun with them. We'll see you guys then. All the best.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to life.
I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Donis, why you sad? I said, I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it bad. Someone said it, it's sad. Cause I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times.